Hello. What's going on, Lulak? How have you been? How have you been? I've been absent for um a good bit of days. I watched Lilo and Stitch. I um Eccentrics is playing Quiet Man again. Please help. Um, on the topic of eccentrics, what were your thoughts? Don't even dare hit me with the late. I was looking at the time, so I didn't get the late. How you doing today, Darf? How was your weekend been? How was the days been? How have you been doing? How have you been doing? Also, Lulak. But on the topic of eccentrics, you're 72 hours late. That's not true because I said I had to do things. I watched Lilo and Stitch um whilst drinking. That was something. And then I what did we do? We like ate food and stuff, and um it was whatever. The first half was good. The second half, jokes aside, I hope the celebrations were good. Yeah, they were good. They were good. They were good. We had a good time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How was your life, Fendarps? Como estás, mi pollo? What? Lilo and Stitch is a Disney movie meant for kids. It's like an animated movie, and I watched it whilst drinking. Is what I declared. How are you doing, late again? How has your life been? I don't usually drink, so it was funny that I was drinking whilst watching Lilo and Stitch. I think I don't know. How has Diablo been? How's life been? How was DMC too? I remember it literally. Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. I heard Darth played DMC. It's been finished. It's been good. Finished Dragon Age Inquisition. Fucking awesome game. Wait a minute. How the fuck did you finish Dragon Age Inquisition that quickly, Darth? That game is deliberately long. What? And I finished DMC 1 and DMC 2. They were so bad they were good. Okay, okay. Darth is a pro gamer. 40 hours of Dragon Age Inquisition in 6 days. 40 hours is a fast time to. That's a short amount of time to beat the game. Did you do all the companion quests? Did you learn more about Blackwall and Dorian and Cassandra and fuck Vivian and Solus? Solus? Do you know what Solus is yet, Darth? Did you do the Trespasser DLC? Do you know who Solus is? Imagine. Hey, what's up, Jeff? How you doing today? Lulak, what games have you been playing? Oh, I keep fucking dropping. Lulak, what were your thoughts on Eccentrics watching on his TikTok presentation? Also, what have you been playing? I hope you've been doing good, Lulak. I think I keep losing that thread, so there it is. There it is. I started Rogue the other day, put 5 hours into it, and said nope. Hey, let's fucking go. Good, good. Hey, you have a good palate, Ladigan. You have a good palate. Spent the whole weekend playing Diablo, almost level 79. I'm about to get to your level. Yeah, I'm level 82. I hope you get to my level, so I feel more encouraged to keep going, because I better not let you beat me down to level 100. Okay, I need some sort of motivation. Get to level 82 now, Ladigan. How's Diablo been? And do you want to talk more about Assassin's Creed 3? Were there any other thoughts that were fleeting the other day? All of the companion quests except Vivian. And I accidentally had too low approval with Blackwall. He left my party. No, but the Blackwall quest is so good. Because can I spoil the Blackwall quest? And can I tell you who Solus is, Darf? I don't know. TikTok seems to be a thing to continue staying away from. um for those who the uninitiated, how have you been doing today, Jeff? For the uninitiated, Eccentrics was showing me, Lulak, and Darfch the reasons for TikToks and why he likes them, and a good portion of them were like young kids or young adults. I don't know. They're probably like fucking 15 to like 19 years old, like trying to be cute, right? And like whatever, they're just kids being kids. Like do you. I don't care. I'm just gonna scroll past it or avoid those types of videos. They're kids, whatever. But the Centrics was deliberately watching them because you thought it was funny that that's how people socialized through TikTok, which I thought was like kind of strange because Eccentrics is like an adult and it could potentially be harmful to the children. I'm glad I got that point to him, and I wonder what his thoughts on that were. It was certainly weird, not gonna lie. It was very, very concerning. I don't know if you were there, Darch, but I sent him a long paragraph for why I think it's pretty weird and concerning. I hope he takes that into account because I was there. Okay, because to be an adult watching that stuff definitely does raise some red flags. Okay, you know, competition is good. That's right, especially what's in between me and you, boyo. My boyo. That's right, Legan. That's right, Legan. Excellent. I read that. Oh, can I spoil the quests? Can I spoil the quests, Darf? Can I spoil Solus and Blackwall? It's so good. It's so good. I played a little bit of Rise Republic and Rainbow Six Extraction. Those are neat. Good for their big discounts. Also, a little bit more Street Fighter 6. That game is sick. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of great things about Street Fighter 6. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Also, like Final Fantasy 16 is getting a day one patch after all. They want to make some changes based on demo feedback and apologize they're releasing one. But it's like 300 megabytes. So whatever. Let's go responding to feedback. Yeah, I think it's great. I think people like being annoyed with people. Like, that's great. Respond to feedback. I'd be very frustrated to hear somebody criticize my boy Yoshi P for that. Okay, like, guess what? Humans grow like every day, and like you learn things, and like that's great. Shout out! I'm actually incredibly excited for Thursday to play more Final Fantasy 16. Interestingly enough, as the more distant I became, the more interested in it I became. Stop War. Stop War is streaming on YouTube, by the way. I go into his stream. It's just like a bunch of kids shouting at him to play the game, just backseating. And then the kid mentioned like fucking, I don't even want to say Adolf Hitler, and I was like, damn, Stop War, this fucking sucks. And I left. I hope he doesn't have to deal with that shit too often. That's fucking terrible. Actually terrible. Rise Republic, I hear is really fun from you, Lulak, and also from Eccentrics. Thank fucking God they didn't show Dragon Age Dreadwolf trailer in the showcase. That would have been a spoiler. I fucking love Solus. Oh, you do know who Solus is. Did you do the Trespasser DLC, Darf? That shows more about it. Fen Harel. That's right. That's right. Should I download? I'm good. How are you? I'm good, Jeff. I'm excited to be streaming again. Should I download Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order? I think it's a great game. You should download it. Well, I was thinking about the combat and how I missed the old system. I'm not a fan of the choreographed fights because they could be a little bit restrictive and whatever, but the parrying and dodging system, the combos and the tools make it easier to encounter large sums of enemies without making it hard to tedious. I enjoyed it. That's AC3, by the way. Yeah, I think AC3's combat is a good bit more fun than the previous games, partially because it is scripted and it isn't so reliant on stealth stuff. However, I think if I went back to it, I might prefer I don't know. It makes a lot of sense in terms of Connor's a fucking brute, dude. That guy is like fucking huge. He's super tall. He's muscular. Connor can throw. He's fucking just throwing hatchets, fucking tomahawks at. Yeah, you know. It makes sense with him. You know what I mean? I think he's probably like the biggest of the assassins. And yeah, tell what happens in Blackwall's quest. Okay. In Blackwall's quest, Blackwall isn't actually a Grey Warden, Darf. Blackwall is a normal ass dude who gets like fucking kicked out or something. Something happens with like his at-home life. He's a normal ass dude. And he's like, hey, he lied about being a Grey Warden so that he can get recognition from other people. And then he eventually becomes super, super guilty about it. And if he trusts you enough, he talks to you. And there's like a little redemption arc with Blackwall that's like so fulfilling and like so personal. And he goes through this like super guilty phase of like, hey, you can like fucking sentence me to the fucking being a slave or whatever. I'm sorry. I actually like you guys. I'm sorry, and to see him go from like somebody who isn't super secure about everything to being super secure and just wants the good of the welfare of the people was great. Yes. I finished Red Dead Redemption 2 entirely and also beat Lies of P Final Boss first try after 1 week. How'd you feel about Red Dead 2 as a whole? What would you rate it out of 10, Jeff? No spoilers. One thing they want to do is fully and look into fully custom controls, not just presets, which is cool. Very, very good. Although I do wonder why in Final Fantasy 16 they chose that control preset, because it is so awkward for me personally. Also, I liked how the Raiders intertwined the Templar and Assassins' long dispute of power, the Loyalists against the Patriots, and the dispute of territory between both parties with the natives. I felt that was the main problem with the pacing. There's too many ground. Yeah, yeah. I think the pacing is also awful late again, because they're covering so much information and they're not doing it like it's like rising action, cut rising action, no climax. It's like you're getting blue balled and into another rising action. It's like a just so much expose and exposition to never really like fulfill you enough, and so it's awkward. I agree. The cut from Hathan to Counter Story was so bad. Yeah, I agree. The long pause. I agree. That beginning part, super slow pacing. I did that DLC was good. Yeah, the Trespasser DLC was phenomenal. I just miss everyone so much. Literally feel hella sad without damn Sedge. It's been so long since I've been connected to some characters this much. Oh shit, right. I read about him in the wiki. Yeah, I remember it now. Yeah, the Black Wall stuff. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Dragon Age Inquisition. I'm glad you like it a lot, Darf. I really hope Dragon Age Dreadwolf comes out. Trying to hold back this feeling for so long. I gave up. What's going on, Weedler? How you doing today, Weedler? I was talking about you and how I think your TikTok obsession is concerning. How are you doing today, Eccentrics? How you feeling? Connor is one of the most brutal assassins, in my opinion. Definitely. I think he probably is the most brutal assassin. Who's your favorite assassin, Jeff? 9.8 out of 10 Red Dead 2. Minus negative, or not negative. Minus 0.1 because the epilogue could not be so boring at the start. And another minus 0.1 because no video game will ever be a 10 out of 10. There will always be better. Hear me out. There is the mindset that, like, no game is a 10 out of 10 because nothing life's perfect. But, like, the fulfillment I've gotten out of, it's a conversation for another day. Guys say I still don't like Connor, though. He seemed to not have clear intentions or motives. He went where the side characters and circumstances told him to. No charisma, no meaningful dialogue, pretty bland for a main character. I also don't think Connor is very charismatic, but I do think he is very, very troubled, which makes a lot of sense for the shit that he's going through. And I think he's like a very real character, although I don't think he's a super charismatic or charming character, so it doesn't make him super, super fascinating or fun to sort of connect to. Not to mention the troubles that Connor's going through aren't very personable for most people on the planet, because he's being fucked hard. So it makes sense to not like him as much as other people. However, I think because I am so obsessed with like America doing terrible things and how I hate it and like poking flaws through my nation, I do. And like I've experienced loss a good bit in my life, and to see Connor go through that loss was very visceral for me. And his relationship with his father specifically is very personable. However, I don't think it's because he's super charming. You know what I mean? From the rest of that pre-launch presentation they did for Final Fantasy 16, some other things they mention is that they only have lip sync for English, so they recommend playing with those voices. They don't feel the story is front-loaded in the sense that the story doesn't suddenly slow down after what we saw in the prologue. New Game Plus not only remixes enemy placement and changes bosses, but they still add new bosses as well. You can also skip the prologue, the young Clive Ben the demo on New Game Plus. That's good. All that sounds great. We love that. Most slow, it did seem a little bit slow burning. If it was front load, that would be a bit disappointing. So I think it's good that they've come out, like, just for the sake of certainty and said it's not front load. Obsession, that's right. Like, it was a genuinely good experience. I'm all for a second run in the near future. Good. Where'd you put Dragon Age Inquisition on your tier list, Starved? I'm doing okay. The Quiet Man is still bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Connor, Ezio. I think my favorite assassin is probably Bayek. First half of the game's Bayek. I don't know. I don't think there's like a single assassin that's better than the other ones. They all have a lot of flaws because the writers stuff. I was really hoping it'd be better this time. I don't think the Quiet Man's going to get better. The most brutal assassins are Bayek and Cassandra or Alexius. Their finishers are oof. Bayek's pretty brutal. I think Connor's more brutal than Cassandra and Alexius. How did you make the Divine? What did you do with the Inquisition? What did you do with Cole? I let Cole be free. I don't. There were two options with Cole. I did the one that Solus didn't like. The one where he's like free. I don't know. Maybe you can refresh my memory a bit. It's been a while since I've played through Dragon Age Inquisition. Cole was like no longer. He became human. Yeah, I believe he became human. Right. Right. Who they make the divine? I don't remember off the top of my head. Give me the options. Solus didn't want Cole to be human. Yeah, Cole became human. And what did I do with the Inquisition? Give me the options, and I don't remember the wording for everything. If you refresh my memory a bit, I would be able to give you answers. He doesn't express his troubled mind, and so far from a player perspective, it was quite mid to watch. He was interesting, but not well written. Maybe your point makes sense, though. The American Revolution is an interesting period, but the key historical characters and localization could be a little bit overwhelming for a non-American, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And no, I think you're completely fair. Like, I don't think Connor does a great job expressing anything or, like, being the great, super well-written character. I just think that Connor happens to portray things that I'm passionate about, and that's my affinity towards Connor. Not because, like, a well-written character. Kratos! Kratos, we love Kratos. Kratos in the new God of War games, anyone can connect with him because he's incredibly well written, regardless if you've gone through the similar stuff to him. Connor, because I've gone through similar stuff, because I'm passionate about some of the tribulations he's gone through, I like him as a character. You know what I mean? Being able to skip the prologue is great. I would definitely be replaying that sooner rather than later if it's good. Final Fantasy 16, I assume, will probably be like a 7 out of 10 in terms of experience for me. However, I think for most people who are already a fan of Final Fantasy 16, will probably be a lot better. Hopefully, it's better for me also. I have reservations, obviously, but I am pretty optimistic. The American Revolution is an interesting period, but I read that. Adewale is pretty good. Adewale is a pretty great assassin, but I haven't played for him kind of a very long time, so I don't have much input on it. Also, Final Fantasy 16 preload tomorrow. We're going to be downloading that tomorrow. Cole become human. That's right. The age is just a number side quest, and honestly, is so weird. There's a grandma asking to have sex with Cassandra. There's also an option to say, I've always wanted an older lover. Yeah, I had sex with the grandma. You're being the bull for, somebody can't fill their significant other, so you step in and you say, hey, what up? Top of beats here, it would be higher if the side quests were good, and I ran into a lot of bugs. Some of them even required me to reload 1 to 2 hours of progress. That'd be fucking annoying as shit. The bugs were common to other players too, so it's not my game problem, only these 2 issues for me. That's good, shout out. I can connect with Kratos, that's right. We can all connect to Kratos. It would be A. Okay, that makes sense. I think it's super fair. I think mine is at the top of B tier also, Darth. AC3 also has a big explanation of Benjamin Franklin's theory that older ladies are better lovers. Interesting. I did not know that. Grandma gonna get some. That's right. There's a sex scene with her grandma. Oh, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, in Cyberpunk, did you know you can have sex with Rogue? Divine options are Cassandra, or I did Cassandra. Inquisition option, DLC is disbanded or not in the DLC. I believe that's in Trespasser at the end of Trespasser, if I remember correctly. Did I disband the Inquisition? What were the reasons for disbanding the Inquisition? Oh my god. I feel like you would probably be able to tell which one I picked. I don't remember, like, in the end of Trespasser. I remember what scene you're talking about. Shit. I don't know. You can get cyber fucked. That's right, Samurai. I think you have disbanded that. I probably disbanded it. If you think that. I don't remember what, like, the outcomes of this. I remember sitting there missing my arm. It looked really funny to just be like a little dwarf with like a sleeve like tied over where my arm is supposed to be. That was interesting. Ghostrunner. Lurk. Ghostrunner. How you doing today, Eccentrics? I forget if I had asked you. Well, you said Quiet Man's still bad. So you're probably not doing that great right now. That's okay. Final Fantasy 16. Ghostrunner! Yeah, there's a lot of condensation on my glass today. It's dripping. The governor of Orlais and Ferelden fell threatened because of the Inquisition and its forces. No other big reason. Yeah, I probably would have disbanded it. Were there any reasons to keep it together? Just because, like, we own the Inquisition, but, like, the Inquisition didn't provide a lot. I mean, you did, and, like, your group of people did, but, like, you don't have to do that under a force that might threaten other people. I woke and played Quiet Man, and now I'm here. I'm sorry. You know, do you know what BetterHelp is? I'm not sponsored by BetterHelp, but you can get therapy online. Yep. What did I use these energy drinks for? To drink them, to feel good. It seems very loud. Is this louder than previously? I disbanded it because we would still be together in the sense. If we didn't disband, the government would just end up attacking us in the future and our work was done, even if... Yeah. I agree with that rationale. Shout out. Audio is fine for me. It's always a lot louder for me. I don't know why that is. Why can't I translate how loud the audio is in this game to my stream very well? I ran through the first few levels earlier and you had fewer deaths than me. Let's fucking go! How'd you feel about this game going back to it, Lilac? Let's see if I, with a muscle memory. Oh, this place looks cool. What the fuck?
Wow.
It's cyberpunk.
You've never been here?
No, I told you. The Keymaster only allows those loyal to her, and only a chosen few.
Mara strictly controls the flow of resources between the city and the base. Food, water, people.
The soundtrack is actually pretty fire. The reflections, the neon OMG, the soundtrack, how fast paced the game is, dude. Oh, don't. oh. It was going good. It was going good. Really good. Controls very well. Yeah, it does feel very, very smooth. Lilac. I would totally start another playthrough right now if I wasn't tired of having to grind power. I just want to do the main story. I agree with you, Darth. I think that the power grind is one of the reasons that don't. Is like one of the critiques I have about the game for sure. I've been playing more Modern Warfare 2 again lately. That game's still fun. The shooting feels a lot better than Fortnite's too. Would you like more about Call of Duty shooting versus Fortnite shooting? I assume because it's a lot more impactful than Fortnite's. Getting a GPU, this looks gorgeous with ray tracing. Okay, Lulac. You know, I actually, I'm not very... What? Oh, I forgot. I can't get shot by anything. Okay. We gotta get back into the groove, okay? I'm an idiot, and I also can't do that. Okay. One sec. I had, earlier today, I was listening to a podcast, and someone on the podcast mentioned, there it goes. Someone on the podcast had mentioned Starfield.
With keys, but it's far below you now.
Good job.
Oh, thank you. You still need to look out for the regular patrols.
And when they mentioned Starfield, I got super nostalgic about playing Bethesda games, and I said to myself, God damn it, I know I'm gonna pre-order this game and be part of the problem. And you know, if I play Starfield, that means I'm gonna have to get a new GPU. Bye Zura. They got me with the Grand Champion. It feels snappier. The movement and aiming feels more natural. Call of Duty feels snappier. You know, I didn't really. I sort of took for granted Call of Duty's gun. Call of Duty did indeed make a lot of progress towards smooth gunplay and gaming as a whole, and I took advantage of that when I was a kid. However, it's definitely probably not my favorite gunplay. What game is your guys' favorite gunplay? What is it you have now? 1060? A 1070. A 1070. AKA not enough. Oh, what's this? Oh, I can control this.
Our next goal is the repository, the data archive created to store knowledge about the world before the burst. It holds some of the documentation on Project Ghostrunner.
Just some.
Only on what was already in development back then.
Sorry.
Where do we go? What's the next step?
Point me to the repository.
Okay,
This
here
level,
you go. Just had to download
it's
the
pretty
layout.
cool. With all the little grinding stuff they have, it's pretty fun. Woohoo, that feels good, dude. Whoa, dude.
Means well.
Whoa, dude.
You need to stop relying on her.
I only rely on myself. Where are all the civilians?
Seems like
feels
there's
so
a curfew
natural.
effect. Turns out people here are just as oppressed as the bases.
Seems I'm fucked. That's okay. I've been wanting a new GTA lately. It's been 10 years since 5 came out. That makes sense. What is your favorite thing about GTA Eccentrics? Just exploring the world. This music is giving me Tron vibes. Some cyberpunk, some Tron. How you doing, Kitty? How's life? How's the turtle? How's the red-eared slider? Wolfenstein probably nothing realistic, but it's fun. That makes sense. I think my favorite shooting in the game is Halo or Destiny. I like the floaty bungee shooting. If you don't want to go past 1080 60 FPS, you can get one of the cheaper options for sure. This 3080 has been kind of overkill for that. This game is pretty great. I might buy that DLC campaign. Yeah, maybe that'd be pretty fun. Synthwave is fire. That's right. What was I gonna say in accordance to GPU? I don't know what GPU I'd want. I don't want to spend more than like $300 on a GPU to be perfect. Oops. To be honest, I feel like
A citywide lockdown is now in effect. An armed and dangerous criminal has been spotted in the area.
1 second.
All Dharma City residents should remain indoors for their own safety. Residents found outside their homes will be shot on sight.
1 sec. No! That's true. My controller died. That was really. I don't know. I don't know who. I don't. Okay. I'm actually cleaning his tank. He's so messy. I actually just cleaned Elo's tank yesterday with my girlfriend, and without my girlfriend, I feel like that'd be incredibly exhausting. Do you at least have somebody to help you clean the tank? Because oh my god, it is exhausting. Not so much exploring, but driving around the open world, just aimless travel. Also, I like the radio stations, the original talk radio. I remember there being a lot of music in GTA when I was a kid that inspired a lot of the people in my middle school, which is like, I don't know, like 12-year-olds or something like that, or 13-year-olds, whatever. And a lot of kids would just listen to like GTA radio music on their headphones. Apparently, the RTX 4060 is going to be $300. That's not bad at all, actually. Other than that stuff, you know, I bought all the Banner Saga, then I started Pentiment, phenomenal art style, and I played like an hour of Resident Evil 6. That game gave me a great 2-hour nap. What do you mean by that? What are you doing? Come on, grab this. Come on. What am I doing? Okay. Let's think. Why am I doing this? I'm such a fucking donut, dude. What am I doing? We're gaming. We're good. It was just boring. Leon looks hot as fuck, though. I really don't think Leon looks that hot. In terms of like video game characters and like hot video game characters, I do not think Leon is near the top whatsoever. I think it's because of his hair. I really don't like Leon's hair.
Was that your plan?
Respectfully.
To attack Dharma City?
And also, he's no beard.
Until today, we thought we were ready.
What were you waiting for?
You. We thought once you awakened, you'd lead us to victory. Help us break free and avenge the Architect.
I'm touched.
And went over, like, any facial hair is better than no facial hair. Respectfully. One of the reasons I like the original Saints Row is because the talk radio was pretty bad. Interesting. I think that's a reason that I would definitely attribute to you, specifically Eccentrics. Kitty, who is the hottest video game character? I love counting pixels when the lighting I love counting pixels when the lighting particles get too messy. I want to know, how have you been feeling about grinding Diablo 4 right now, late again? Is it just a mindless grind for you? You just have to make sure your power supply gives enough juice and that you have enough physical room in your PC case to put it in there. But yeah, for $300, that 4060 might be the best action. I'll have a little look around. Yeah, I have a friend who usually helps me with PC stuff. I probably would. Oh my god, dude, it's so expensive. I know it's like it's like biting the bullet, but I'm gonna use it over a long period of time, so it doesn't feel like that much. Like I don't really. It feels worthwhile. You know what I mean? I know my CPU is a lot better than my GPU, so I wouldn't have to change my, like, I don't think my CPU would bottleneck my GPU. I also have no clue how fucking good the 4060 is. Leon is not in 6. He wasn't hot in 2 or 4. He is double in 6. 6, Leon is probably the best one. In Darth, can you possibly send me a picture of Leon from 6? Ventilation. That's right. That's right. You get to play Dead Space. I would indeed get to play Dead Space. I would indeed. Oh. Go away. I use the Force. Proceed towards the repository. Where the fuck's the repository at, you think? No. Oh. On it. Alright, beautiful. Get Hannah to buy it for you with her birthday money. Get Hannah to buy me something with her birthday money. That's a great idea, Eccentrics. I feel like I'm not supposed to be over here. Hello? Oh, okay. It really is him. I'm famous. When it's your birthday, Eccentrics, you get a lot of money because Hannah definitely did not. I feel like adults don't really get that much money for their birthday, right? I haven't played it in like a week, or at least where I'm from. I don't know. I haven't played in like a week, so that was enough time for me to ease my burned out feelings towards it. I'm just chasing better gear for my new Ice Shards build, but that's it. Yeah, I was actually having a good bit of fun with it last night, but like I wouldn't say I'm like burnt out right now. I'm just like, Diablo 4 did what I wanted to do. It's my back burner game. It's my game to play when I don't have another game. You know what I mean? Like, it's a grind. I had a crush on Sephiroth growing up. On Sephiroth! You know, I'm going to be playing my first Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy 16 Thursday. Sephiroth. That's great. I love that. Leon, let's see. Alright, guys. Okay. Wow. That looks really, really good. Wow. He's wow. Wow. Leon is just so hot. 3060 is a fair deal stronger than the 1070, but that's 260. Imagine the 4060 would be better. I'd hope so. Yeah, probably. Hand gave me a lot, but it was also Valentine's Day. So oh my god, shut the fuck up, Eccentrics. I feel like as of now, there's no end game. It's just mindless grinding for gear. Yeah, I agree. As someone with a 3060, I cannot recommend it. Save for a better card. Why can't you recommend the 3060? Give me your little thesis there, Peaceful. How you doing today, King? Peaceful. Also, I want to try a Necromancer, but yeah. I also do not want to play a new character until I get one character max level at least. The budget is pretty small, so there's probably not much room to go better. Yep. That makes sense. I don't know. I don't care about going above 1080p 60 FPS like you sort of pointed out. Not only can I not stream it much higher, my brain is conditioned to that, so I don't mind it too much. Compared to with the 1080 Ti, the 1080 Ti outspecs it. The 1080 Ti is better than the 3060. A 1080 Ti is like $400 still though, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. I was thinking earlier today, funny enough, late again, about MMOs and live service games because I've spent a good bit of time in both, and I was thinking like, what have been the best experiences in MMO and live service games? Raiding in World of Warcraft, doing the high tier Mythic Plus dungeons in World of Warcraft, and also doing the raids and dungeons in Destiny 2 have been like the greatest experience in live service games for me. The stuff that really encourages you with like a group of people to cooperate and take down bosses at like a pretty high skill level that gives you the same gratification that you might experience in the From Software game alongside a bunch of other players. Making like trauma bonding is great. The camaraderie in it is phenomenal. Diablo 4 has nothing like that, and I wish there were harder forms of content or more mechanically interesting forms of content to encourage me to level up, to get to that point. And Destiny, when a new season comes out, you're getting the gear so you could do the dungeons and the raids. Same in WoW, you know. 1080 Ti is a powerhouse for its age, for sure. Yeah, I'm familiar with the 1080 Ti being like insane for its age. Ti, like the fighter. It's from titanium. There you go. Titanium, baby. 4070 to 4070 Ti is probably a minimum if you're looking for a card with longevity. I mean, all I care about is 1080p 60 FPS. How much, you know, I'm not trying to spend more than $300 on the fucking GPU. I'm not using for anything above that, you know what I mean? Just need 1080 Ti, nothing more. Yeah. All right, this is hot Leon. Okay, I'm sorry, but like, it's like doing the fast food tier list. Like maybe it's the best looking Leon, but like it's still fast food, you know. Not saying that Leon is fast food, but like it's still Leon. You know what I mean? There's nothing like that in Diablo. Also, higher tier dungeons are just the same as low tier ones. No variety, nothing. Yeah, the same content you could do at level 50 is the same content you're doing at level 100. Not very interesting. There's no end game. Yeah, I agree. I don't like that. 4070s look like $600 unless you can get them cheaper elsewhere. I'm not spending $600 on that. I think I'll just ask. I have a friend who's really into hardware. As I said, I'm an idiot. I have a friend who's really into hardware, and I'll just ask him what he recommends for like $300 in terms of like something that'll last me a few years. He only has to spend like 300. That's right. Where am I going? What? Am I stupid? Aim the cursor at the object you want to hack. I completely forget you can hack. Oops, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Did that sign say bus parts? Was it the sign? There's the sign now. I have no clue. Parts. I have no clue. I haven't seen 4060 benchmarks yet, but I think they'll be out in a week or two. Okay, we'll see it. Wait, so why is so much of a price difference between the 4060 and the 4070? One's vastly more powerful than the other, probably. Exactly. I'm just looking for changing my class soon. That's my end game after reaching level 100 with my sword. Are you still having fun with Diablo Peaceful? A lot of fun, that is. Just parts. Parts, baby.
So, what's your plan to defeat the Keymaster? I mean, last time you faced her, you were one of 100 Ghostrunners.
How do you know that?
My father. I was only 2 when the coup happened, but he told me all about it. So many died back then. With all the Ghostrunners gone, there was no one to protect us.
Am I an idiot, dude? I'm actually an idiot. Okay, I know I'm supposed to. Now I get why they had the thing that looked pretty weird to have in the place. I get it now. Pizza's been grinding a fuck ton. He's level 93. Fucking gaming, dude. Fucking gaming.
Almost every Ghostrunner in Dharma was disabled.
I have no clue if there's dad
you
barbecue.
were one of the lucky few unaffected by the initial deactivation signal.
Why?
There were variations in the design. Didn't matter in the end.
I'm so sorry, Eccentrics. We were playing as a guy. The whole time I thought we were a girl. No, Zoe's like our little, she's like a guide that is helping us along the way with information that we wouldn't have without her. Shout out Zoe. Give me this! Ah! How am I gonna get this guy? I hate those things. Those things fuck. It's not us speaking. Our guy has like a really raspy, deep voice. Taking around 3 hours per level. Okay. If by fun you mean ready to jump off a bridge in Minecraft, then yes, lots and lots of fun. How are your Irish lads taking Uber and Misfortune? I have no clue Misfortune is. How are your friends feeling about Diablo 4 right now, Peaceful? I really hope you'll get something out of Final Fantasy 16. I'm so excited for it. I think if nothing, I'll get appreciation or understanding of why people like Final Fantasy as a franchise, because they're willing to take risks. Oh, I understand why people like it. I also hope I get something out of Final Fantasy 16. I'm expecting to think it's like a 7 out of 10 experience for me. Maybe. I don't know. I think partially or part because I don't have the highest expectations. That's probably good that I don't have the highest. I expect it. I came from here, did I not? I literally came. Oh, I'm such a fucking donut, dude. I think it's probably good that I don't have the highest expectations. 5 levels only. I'm slow though. No, it just takes a really long time to level up play again. I still have like 10 Final Fantasy games to play. Which one do you want to play the most, Darth? Uber is 85. Misfortune is back to work, but it's 83. American Buddy is 90. God fucking damn. Are they having fun with that? That's right. It is really me. How am I gonna fucking jump on this thing? don't know how to jump on that thing. I'm an idiot. 10. Define fun. I've never really been asked to define fun, to be honest with you, Peaceful. Fun is a feeling that is evoked out of somebody. What? I hate this game. Fun is a feeling that is. What are you doing? I'm so bad. Fun. I can't. I remember I can't really talk while playing this game because I'm not super familiar with the game. I'm not very good at that. Fun is something that is a feeling that you get when something is going well. I don't know. It's different for each person. How's fun? What's fun for you? The combat system seems a little deeper than I expected it to be. Like people being able to pull off huge combos and air juggle and all that nonsense. I don't want to go back to that demo though. I think it'd be better to get those abilities over time. Definitely agreeing with you on that. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. The combat system seems about what I expected. With everything they said leading up to the game. I made my character on 14 that did nothing. Why didn't you play any more 14, Darf? Any uniques in your world boss cache, guys? There was nothing in my world boss cache other than like fucking gemstones or gems. Here's a question I've had. Are happiness and fun inseparable? Are you ever not happy when you are having fun? Have you ever not? I think for me they're separate feelings, but I never experienced one without the other. I definitely think happiness and fun are very, very separate from each other. And I don't think I need one to be the other. There have been many times where I'm incredibly happy, but I'm not having fun. And there have been a lot of times where I'm having fun, but I'm not happy. I think happiness describes like a categorically larger period of time than fun does. And I also think fun generally implies like not really provoking feelings other than like I think like a lot of the most fulfilling experiences in my life, and the reason I use the word fulfillment or why like I describe things as fulfilling in terms of games that I play or entertainment that I digest over the word fun is because fun is like this game is fun. It is fun to dash around and kill people and like cut off their heads and climb on walls and stuff and fucking hack stuff. That's fun. It's fun because it's like a visceral feeling of gratification to like complete these levels that are set up in a very particular way, and to be able to accomplish these tasks is fun and like it's gratifying. But like a lot of the most fulfilling experience it's not fun to watch Joel's daughter die, you know. That's super fulfilling, and that could be I'm not happy in the moment while I'm watching Joel's daughter die, but like maybe like watching Joel's daughter like relays memories of like watching people at their lowest in my life, and like where I've like struggled with grief in my life, and yeah, it's complicated. Life is hard. I can go more into it, but I don't want to like really rant about this when that's not really what you guys are watching, like here to watch it at the moment. Unless you really want me to, eccentrics. What's the price or point for being world bosses then? Fun. Yeah, fun. I'm not satisfied with him, so I might make another character. You must make the little kid character, Darf, because they look funny. A little gnome. Not kid. Kid's an awful way to put it. I don't actually think I think the little kid character is a little bit weird in Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. I like gnomes and WoW, but not the little kids in Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They die in less than 60 seconds most of the time. Yeah, they're not super fun. Just play the game streamer. Lighting has cool hair. Lighting has cool hair? What does that mean? Lightning has cool hair. What? Lightning. Lightning has cool hair.
Back to my question. It's not that I doubt you, but are you sure you can take on the Keymaster by yourself?
No.
What does that mean?
She killed 99 Ghostrunners, and she won't stop until she kills me too.
So you won't stop either until one of you is dead.
Yes.
I know how you feel.
I know how you feel. That's right. No! Oh, Lightning's a character from Final Fantasy. Okay, okay. That makes sense. Shout Lightning. Hey, thank you. Hey, I appreciate it. Have quote unquote fun streamer, man. Alright, thank you.
Eat lunch. Have fun streamer, man.
Thank you. Thank you, peace. Well, have a beautiful time eating lunch. I hope your meal is delicious. Gracious King. He won't have fun, but he will be happy. I think this is a situation. Like this game, I think's main sort of. Why can I not? What am I doing right now? I don't think this game is attempting to be anything other than fun. There you go. And I think fun can indeed. What is wrong with me? One sec. Come on, get onto it. There it goes. I hate you. What upgrades do you use? I have no clue. What's going on, Pod6? Po, how you doing? How do I say your name? I have no clue how to say your name. I forgot this had text-to-speech. I'm gonna make it say come. Didn't I say? Wait, did it say come? Hey, thanks for the biddies. Thanks for the bits, Lulak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Potixity. Potixity. It filtered come. Oh, that's sad. If you do COME, right, that'd be fine. I mean, it's like the same. It's like the same. Why do I suck so badly at this game? Oh my god. Shoot again. I hate you. I hope your tongue gets cut off. You know, fun fact, my mom stopped me today and she asked me a question. She said, "Hey Christian," that's my name. She said, "What am I doing? Why am I so stupid? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results." She asked me today, when you scream "I hate you," is that acting? Is that a joke? Or do you actually hate the people who are watching your stream? And I said, oh, that's... No, she doesn't watch my streams again, but she can hear me scream, "I hate you." My mom is able to hear me scream, "I hate you" at the top of my lungs to NPCs in my game. And what if someone's name is Cum? Are they not allowed? Is they not allowed to say their name? I don't think so. Not just the men, but the women and children too. He hates them all. That's right. He hates Elop 1. He hates Samurai. He hates emo girls. That's right. Should not feel hate us all. Oh no. Oh no. No. My mom asked if I was acting or if I actually hated the people that watched me, which I thought was very, very funny. What's my least favorite enemy type? I mean, to be honest with you, dude, I don't know. I don't. I've played this game for like about 4 hours. I don't really have any strong opinions about anything necessarily. I guess my least favorite enemy type I've fought so far has been the shielded enemies that I have to go around to attack. For sure. Why am I? Okay, let me actually pay attention. Okay. What's the best way to go? Maybe down here. Why is there a hole there? Okay, one sec. One sec. One sec. One sec. Why am I so bad? Did I hit them? Oh, it doesn't even hit them from this far away. Kill me. Okay, okay. What do I do? What do I do? Where that I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I'm like actually really, really bad. Okay, okay. Cool. We're going places and we're doing things. I love you so much. You're such a little fun little droid. Oh my god, I love you so much. I really, really like you. You're so cute. You're so adorable, dude. You're so cute and cuddly and adorable and have a beautiful day, Jeff. Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, is doing his job. Does she ask who this Arthur Morgan person is? I should ask her if she's heard me say it. I like the idea of a streamer genuinely hating their viewers. There probably is a streamer who genuinely hates their viewers, right? It's probably 99% of large streamers. I don't think so. Hey, do you guys see that a lot of people are moving the kick? XUC is moving the kick, and I forgot who else is moving the kick. That means no more children on Twitch. Let's fucking go, baby! Now she thinks you're watching porn. Why is there a hole there? Yeah, that's right. Where am I getting that 100 mil king? I'm not moving the kick. But hey, that means no more children on this website. So that's pretty cool, right? Why do I suck? Why do I suck? It's Kick the one where people keep streaming porn. Kick is the one that people kept streaming porn on. It's the one that's funded by a gambling website that's based out of Curacao. That if it was based in America, it'd be shut down. Yes, Kick is. I mean, like Amazon's pretty terrible too, and we're on Twitch. But yeah, Kick is maybe not the most. One sec, dude. Those droids are actually like super annoying. They're like really annoying. I think it wants you to start right here, right? And then you can do this, and that should slide into there. Yeah, and then I don't. Fuck, man. Stop. Why am I actually so bad? Thank fucking God.
Appalling. A perfect society plunged into chaos. Decades of my hard work and careful planning derailed.
No children, no adults. This shit is going to be empty by 2024. That's funny. No, I don't really have many thoughts. If I was XQC and someone offered me $100 million to stream on their platform, I think it'd be pretty hard to turn down that large of sum of money. To this far more than life-changing. However, I do not like a lot of the bigger people on Kick, and I don't like the fact that one of their founders invites like real Nazis on their stream, and I also don't like the fact that it's funded through stealing money from kids who are addicted to gambling. I don't like how they funded their website. I don't like a lot of the big people on their website. There's no encouragement for me to go to their website, but I do think competition is good in the streaming world so that Amazon doesn't have a monopoly over streaming. However, I wish YouTube was leading the charge rather than Kick. There you go. It's the gambling one. Yeah, I have a good idea what that is. Yep. Twitch is maybe not the most either. We can't judge. Yeah, Twitch definitely isn't the most well-intentioned either. Very true. Gotta say, even though I don't like Kick and how it's financed, I think it's the best platform for a small streamer at the moment. Yeah, it's probably filled with horrible people, the type of content creators that sign for it. I was thinking about that. I think Kick is probably it's probably easier to grow an audience than it is on Twitch, but I think in general the people who do watch streams on Kick, I don't really want to watch my stream in the first place. I feel like there'd be a lot more of me like pausing the stream to like yell at somebody for saying something anti-Semitic, or for somebody saying something homophobic, or for somebody saying something transphobic, a lot more often than it happens on Twitch. So I think that's enough reason alone for me to like, I don't want to attract the wrong community. Without competition, I bet Twitch would not have rolled back those ad rules from a few days ago. I agree with you. I agree. So like, yeah, I think Kick is probably the best if you care about numbers alone late again. But like, at what point are you, does it become a job? And like, I don't want to just stream for money and for no other reason whatsoever. You know, just like I could do Roblox gambling streams if I want right now, and like attract a bunch of kids, and like and make money, but or like get more numbers than I would be doing with what I'm doing right now. But that's not fun. Yeah, I'm not asking for a job. I'm asking for I'm not asking for anything. I'm nothing. Oh, the title of the stream isn't I Almost Know Nothing. The title of the stream used to be I Almost Know Nothing, and I changed it. Oh no, not pairing. Oh no, not pairing. No way. Oh no. Pairing.
The primary mainframe of the repository is long gone. Mara has seen to that, but the backup archive still exists.
You're what?
Wait, did he just say you're white? Wait, what? There he goes. A lot of people are in a desperate situation trying to make a living out of this. Probably fun for them. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. I think people derive enjoyment out of different things, and I'm sure it can be fun to some people for streaming and Kick. I just think personally for me, it does not sound like a very fun experience. However, like, I don't fucking, if you want to get that bag, I don't fucking care. You know what I mean? If you want, I don't care if people do things with the intent of making money, as long as they're not like harming people in the process. Like, whatever. Does that mean like I'm it just is like, that doesn't mean that I have to digest that individual's content specifically, you know?
You're what?
Stop, dude. Fucker. What are you expecting out of Final Fantasy 16, Ludlock? I'm curious.
I keep putting out calls for help, but no one is answering me. I don't care if I'm the last climber left. I'm not gonna quit. I'll keep helping you no matter what. Whatever we have to do, we'll do. Rebuild the rebellion from the ground up if we have to.
What? If I had another monitor, I'd do some multi-streaming, or whatever it's called, where you stream to multiple places. I don't really know how multi-streaming works, to be honest with you. Stopwar seems to be doing pretty good on YouTube at the moment. Shout out Stopwar. I think in terms of like multi-streaming, it makes it a less enjoyable experience in terms of like interacting with chats, because if like I'm watching the stream on Twitch and this guy that I'm watching is like interacting, I guess like I could like multi-stream but not pay attention to streams on other platforms and their chats. I don't know. Writing that doesn't rely on anime tropes mostly. Do you think most writing in Final Fantasy games rely on anime tropes, Lulak? What? Multi-stream. Heard Varaya recently say to What? he was talking to his chat. For those who don't know who Varaya is, it's a streamer that's like around my size that Darth enjoys watching. And I heard him recently say something along the lines of like, dude, you know, fuck this shit, man. Come on. Come on. Bye. Okay. I heard...
Displaying aberrant behavior makes you encourage the girl. Gratitude, empathy, pity. You're not supposed to feel any of those.
Fuck you, architect. Heard Varaya say something along the lines of he's a streamer around the same size as me. Say that like it's impossible to grow on Twitch unless you're a girl. And that statement definitely did upset me a good bit for reasons that probably make sense to some of you guys. So I gave him pushback on it. But he exclaimed like, I guess, disapproval for how hard it is to grow on Twitch. As if like I don't know. I think it's a little bit. I don't like to talk about analytical stuff too often. I don't think it's fascinating necessarily to watch like numbers rise, or I don't think I maybe. What drives me to stream isn't only like the numbers involved with it, but then like at the same time, if there was nobody watching me, I would just like play games by myself. I don't know, it's complicated. I'll put too much thought into it, which is why I seem so disorganized. It's pretty weird. Chat comes from both places, and that can alienate one from each other. Yeah, that's how I think too. That's what I thought too. Some more than others, but yeah, tactics and 12 tend to be the least of those, so I'm pretty optimistic. Shout out! Different kinds of people too. YouTube seems to be more for younger audiences for some reason. I won't comment on it. I don't like that point of view. I'd love to hear his reasons for saying that though. It was a long like back and forth that I don't really feel like elaborating too much because I feel like it's an exhausted point, and I've talked about it very often with like different people's perspectives on it. Yeah. And then also in terms of like gathering young audiences, if you think that YouTube has a younger audience because of Stopwar streams, I think Stopwar himself probably just attracts younger audiences because he always does stuff like interacting with viewers and chatters, and it does seem like that does, and specifically with the games he likes playing, have younger audiences. Yeah, I was talking to a relatively big partner recently, and he said he was where I am 6 years before he found a real audience. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. True, he's pretty good at it though. Shout out, yeah, shout out to Stopwar. Although, like I said earlier, I went into, I mean, I guess that does give encouragement to people who are like streaming in smaller. I don't know. I don't really know what happens with analytical stuff. I know nothing. I'm not an economics major or anything. I like streaming and I think most of the time it's like opportunity paired with like, I think being a good streamer or entertaining isn't the only thing that you need to become successful and be financially stable from streaming alone. I think like you need to be entertaining and have to get lucky enough. Yeah, there's like a quote. It's like opportunity meets something to equal something. I don't. Yeah, I'm very not very insightful on this topic, to say the least. Not very insightful on the topic. But you know, it be how it be. Why they just hit R? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We killed them. Hit R to reload sometimes. What do you think you'll enjoy about the Final Fantasy 16 streams? Is there anything you want out of Final Fantasy 16 late again? I think in terms of like what actually, I don't really, I'm not gonna lie, Lulak, I don't necessarily want anything out of Final Fantasy 16. I'm not, maybe because I am so like, I don't want to say apathetic. I'm excited for it. What I want out of Final Fantasy 16 is an RPG that is fun to play. I want to level up things and get skills and do damage with like a story that's at least fun enough to make me excited for the next dialogue sequence. Sorry, what? Oh, what do you like? Is there anything that you hope out of Final Fantasy 16 streams, Let again? Are you expecting it to be Devil May Cry or something? What, Final Fantasy 16 in terms of the storytelling? No, I'm expecting the storytelling in Final Fantasy 16 to be a little bit like I'm expecting the story in Final Fantasy 16 to be about the same quality as like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is like good and fun. No, worse than Lord of the Rings. What am I expecting out of Final Fantasy 16's story? The little bit of the Final Fantasy 16 story that we played through didn't necessarily have a super alluring plot itself, and none of the characters I felt very viscerally connected to, and I expect that to be like that throughout the entirety of the story. Which means if it's not, that I welcome. I want to be wrong. I really want to be wrong. Although, like, I'm not really not certain that I'm wrong. I guess I'm more pessimistic than I thought about. I'm excited about it because it's something
You
new.
don't talk much, huh?
It's an RPG and stuff, but
Still, it's good to hear your voice.
Go.
I've been trying to make it happen for a year.
Thank you.
Words only dull ideas. A mind as sharp as a blade has little to gain from idle chatter.
yeah, but I like how fast-paced the combat looks. It's fun to watch, but in terms of story, not really. It leaked, I heard. Be careful with what you guys read. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that also leaked. What do you guys predict the Metacritic score to be? What are you guys predicting the score out of 100 to be? I really don't know what you'll take away from the story since you're not familiar with 12, 14, or Tactics either. Yeah. I know a lot of people think that 14 has a very emotional story, so I'm hoping for some like gut-punching moments in 16. But like the moment in that like intro that was supposed to be gut-punching with like your father dying and like your brother getting smacked up as a phoenix by Ifrit, whether that's you controlling Ifrit or someone else, I don't really know. I think it's supposed to be like confusing on purpose. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just stupid. Regardless of what it may be, I think the moments that are supposed to be like super impactful didn't hit. Didn't really weren't impactful to me. You know. I wanted to sort of talk to you guys about, like, I sort of wanted to set up a tier list for games that you guys think, because, fuck, man! Ah! I literally can't talk while I play this game. That doesn't forebode very well for streaming. Okay, let's fucking pay attention. Okay. 1 second. 1 second. I didn't even see him. Oh my fucking god, dude. I literally can't play this game without. Okay, cool. I don't know what I read that. And yeah, lots of broken street dates. What do you mean by broken street dates? 89? 89 is really high. However, like Hogwarts Legacy was super high. I still don't get how Hogwarts Legacy was so high. How many people reviewed Hogwarts Legacy? How is it so high? How many people reviewed it? Can you look that up? Also, Lega? I'm expecting low to mid 80s. Okay. I never looked at any reviews for it before, but in Walker's Metacritic score of 92, Broken Street Dates equaled being sold. Okay, I didn't know that. Shout out Broken Street Dates. New term. Let's go. Actually, don't shout out them. That's bad. But like now I know something I didn't know, and that's fun. Lady Gang, can you tell me how many people reviewed like Hogwarts Legacy, and then tell me how many people reviewed like, I don't know, Tears of the Kingdom, or like, why am I doing this? Tears of the Kingdom, or like God of War Ragnarok, or like the games that are big that sell lots. Stop, man. Oh, what's up, Stopwar? How you doing today? We were just talking about you earlier. How you feeling? How's Pizza Tower? I don't really know what that game is. I saw you streaming it on YouTube though. Come. It's Come Guy. I'm such a fucking donut, dude. Thank you, Legan, for looking it up. I appreciate it. Oh, but I wanted to talk about what games you guys think have like really good expositions or intros. So I wanted to do a tier list of games based off of their intro only. Their exposition. Their introduction. Watching you play Ghostrunner is crazy. Is this a sponsored stream? Wait, what about Ghostrunner? It seems like something I wouldn't like. I don't think Ghostrunner seems like something I would dislike. I don't think it necessarily seems like something I'd be super into though. So I sort of get where you're coming from. I suck at, dude, I have this problem also, Stopwar. I literally can't play this game and talk at the same time or I just die. What is happening? Okay, let's stand here. I'm safer here. No, not user score. Do critic score, Lydigan. Critic score. I don't trust user score and stuff like Metacritic because a lot of stuff gets review bombed because of like, I don't know, people being homophobic and racist and shit. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate Otixity. Ooh, it's a fast pace. It doesn't have microtransactions or mounts. You have to grind hours to get. I hate games with microtransactions. What? Stopwar. Do you know what my favorite games are, Stopwar? What? Where? What? Excuse me? You basically said, yo, your game isn't World of Warcraft. What? What? I'm joking. I know it's a joke, but I don't think it's very... Whatever. I'm talking about Destiny 2. Yeah, Destiny 2 does have a good bit of microtransactions. Sure, rhythm-based action game and talk at the same time. I bet that did well. Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush is so good. You should play Hi-Fi Rush. Luck. I couldn't hear what you said about the tier list, but sure. Oh, in terms of a tier list, I think it'd be cool to have a tier list because we might finish this game before Thursday. And if we do, I want to do a tier list of games based off of the introduction and only the introduction or exposition. Because there are some games out there with like phenomenal introductions that are like great games, or bad games with great expositions, or like mediocre games with great expositions. Assassin's Creed Origins, and then there's games like Red Dead 2 that just have a boring exposition because of it being a slow burn. A3 22 reviewers for Hogwarts. 96 one. Okay, yeah, okay. I think Hogwarts Legacy's scores may be skewed because barely any people reviewed it. Legan, can you tell me how many reviewers for like the 2018 Spider-Man, God of War Ragnarok? What are like Game of the Year contenders? Diablo 4 maybe. I'm curious. Diablo 4. Diablo 4 probably doesn't have a lot of people reviewing it, right? Give me more RPGs to play. Diablo 4. JK, I need more Dragon Age. More RPGs to play. Go get to that spinning question mark. Wait, what's spinning question mark? I know you're talking. Oh, there it is. Okay. I got you. There it is. Huh? It's interesting. Lots of great intros, but yeah. Exactly, Legan. Exactly. What are some games off the top of your head that have like really good intros or really bad intros in your guys' opinions?
Already been killed?
Or join Mara.
Another RPG to play. You want more Dragon Age. Play Fable. You know, funny enough, Hannah's dad really likes video games. Hannah's dad's really cool. And he was talking to me about why I should play Fable 2 and 3 because they have twists that are really fun to experience. Play Fable, Darth. I don't know anything about Fable 1. The RPGs that you haven't played yet. They're story driven. But yeah, what are some games that you guys think have really good or really bad expositions or introductions? suck. I suck, man! There he goes. Playing that for finish the Pizza Tower stream because I was being loud and my family got mad at me, so I had to end the stream. That's fine. I'm sure I've done things like that as a kid. Stop war. Were you having fun with Pizza Tower? Story driven would be the best. OMG, Pizza Tower looks so good. How was it? Yeah, how was it? Stop war. Story driven RPGs. I feel like you've played most of like what I would consider the best story driven RPGs, Dart. I like the opening of Final Fantasy 15 stream about the rest of it. Such. Go play the beginning of Final Fantasy 15, Darf. 87, 116 reviewers for Spider-Man. 94, 118 reviewers for God of War 2018. 97, 99 reviewers for Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay. Okay. Shot Red Dead 2? Shot God of War 2018? It surprised me that there are more reviewers for God of War than Red Dead 2, considering God of War is an exclusive, but hey. The game was great, but I kept yelling while playing because it's so fast-paced. Yeah, the game looked pretty difficult. So your theory seems to be correct. Low numbers of reviewers for hardware equals higher score. Yeah, I assume the more numbers there are, the harder it is to get like a higher score. Definitely. The game was great, but I kept yelling while playing because I read that. I've played the beginning of Final Fantasy 15. How'd you feel about the beginning, Darf? A lot of shit is happening at the same time. It's overstimulating, so it can get hasty sometimes. That's all the things I appreciate about these types of games. If you have ADHD, you'll love it. JK. Gaming.
Pathetic. These are not soldiers or security.
Give me 1 sec.
Bandits, although better armed than the ones from before.
Give me 1 sec. I'm kind of curious. I'm trying to think of story-driven RPGs and I can't think of. Let me pull up the big tier list really quickly. I know there's a couple I have to be forgetting off the top of my head, right? 1 second. Alright. Story-driven RPGs. Story-driven. You played Cyberpunk, you played Witcher 3, you played Dragon Age, you played Mass Effect. I think those are the greatest story-driven RPGs. I guess like some of the Final Fantasy games are probably considered story-driven RPGs, but you seem to be burnt out Final Fantasy. Damn it, man. Sag. I don't know. Final Fantasy aside, can you think of story-driven RPGs that we haven't mentioned, Ludlock? If you're hyper-focused, you can end up loving it for sure, but it can also be overstimulating because you're getting all that's happening on screen. It depends from person to person. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Definitely depends. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a game that I like immediately think is overstimulating. I don't think I have ADHD, but I do definitely think I maybe bounce around a good bit more than like maybe an average person, if that makes sense. Maybe again. I guess I'll have to try normal RPGs then go after the gameplay. I'm waiting for Baldur's Gate 3 coming out at the end of August. I could recommend a bunch of RPGs to you, like gameplay wise. Oops. Would you like some gameplay RPGs or like whether it be based off of exploration or combat, Darf? Geometry Dash? Geometry Dash was not too stimulating to me. I actually don't think Geometry Dash is very stimulating at all. I'm excited about September, Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Lies of P. Dude, Lies of P is fucking good. At least the like bit they gave in the demo, right? A game can really fumble itself like through the latter stages of the game. But the Lies of P bits that I played, you know, that was way better than I was expecting.
I heard that during the architect's reign, it was possible to move up here from the base. That there was a special exam to earn it. I wonder if I'd made the grade as an engineer.
Definitely.
judging from the job she did repairing you, not in 100 years.
This is a... Oh, this thing's insane. Where's the other guy? The high levels are so overwhelming. I haven't gotten to very high levels in Geometry Dash again. An overstimulating game, nothing can beat Subway Surfers next to a Family Guy episode. Too overstimulating! With good classes and gameplay. Lulak, if you have any RPG recommendations, of course, throw them in chat outside of Final Fantasy, because I don't think Darth wants Final Fantasy recommendations right now, unless I'm wrong. But RPGs that I think are good. You already played Skyrim. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Yeah, I can see you in chat now, Lulak. I'm looking at RPGs right now. I feel like you've played most of the RPGs I'm a big fan of, surprisingly. I think aside from like Monster Hunter and exclusives that you're not able to play or games that like your PC wouldn't be able to run, the only thing left are like isometric RPGs I'm a fan of. Which Monster Hunter game? I think you should play Monster Hunter Rise, Darf. I've seen Lies of P is getting a Wolong collab. Wait, actually? How does that make sense? What do you mean by that? Fallout? You can play Fallout if you want another... I mean, it's gonna be a lot like your experience playing like Skyrim. If you like Skyrim, you should play Fallout. If you like Fallout, I'm sure Starfield will be fun. You know, it's all... Who the fuck is... an enemy, but... They haven't given details yet, it's just happening. What the fuck? What are you expecting out of a Lies of P? Oh, long collab. That's very I suck at this game. At the very least, not what I would expect. I jumped on his head instead of slicing his head. I hate you, enemy. Are you kidding me? There you go. There you go. It'll probably be skins or something. Not sure if I have any good recommendations. Not sure what counts as story focus for an RPG, since I kind of feel they all have that. I think a lot more traditional RPGs are more story focused, but I think like as like time, that's not true. ARPGs are very, very traditional. What are RPGs you would recommend to people outside of Final Fantasy RPGs of the lock? I'm inclining towards fantasy RPGs rather than something like Fallout right now. Fair enough. I'm an idiot. Baldur's Gate might be fun for you to try, Darth. I missed that was the question. Oh yeah, exactly what Darth said, Lulak. Just RPGs you'd recommend to people outside of Final Fantasy. Why am I so bad at this game? Why am I so bad at this game? Which one? There's only one Baldur's Gate. Darth. There's a second one in development, but I'm actually so bad at this game. Deus Ex, but I think Darth already played one of those. I think Darth did play a Deus Ex game, didn't you? Deus Ex. RPG. I really hope Starfield's good. What am I even saying? I know exactly what Starfield's going to be. Will I like Starfield or Final Fantasy 16 more? Theoretically, like how Final Fantasy 16 is set up, it should be a game that I would love. A semi-linear RPG story-driven experience with action combat. Like I said, and it's also developed or like, you know, published by Sony. If you just told me that and that Sony was publishing a game like that, I'd be like, oh my god, I need that game. Maybe Starfield because of the familiarity with Bethesda games. I don't know. I like the experience that Final Fantasy is attempting to go for a good bit more than like what you get out of Starfield personally, you know what I mean? I don't know why I think this game isn't your type. I thought you're more of an RPG story-driven game. I like a lot of games. I mean, I like Monster is an RPG. I like a lot of games. Some games that aren't super story-driven. But you're right. I do like story-driven games more than something like this. Like, I don't think your assessment is like super incorrect. Divinity. I heard Divinity is really good for people who are very, very into D&D. Although I hear it doesn't have as much direction as maybe other RPGs out there. I don't know if that'd be a problem for you or not, Darth. Try Monster Hunter Rise first. See if there's a review copy available. Yes. No idea. How do you feel about Ghostrunner? Stop one. Monster Hunter without a controller. What are our thoughts on this? Monster Hunter without a controller. Dad barbecue. Oh my god, it is dad barbecue. Let's fucking go. What are our thoughts on Monster Hunter without a controller? I guess this is the same as my thoughts with like everything without a controller. It's an action sort of game. There's snipers now? What the fuck? Oh my god. There are. Ew. Yeah, I don't think Monster Hunter without I don't know, man. I also think like FromSoft games specifically sound terrible without a controller because of their terrible controller support. I don't remember if I had finished it or not because I played it a few years back. That makes sense. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. This Sunbreak is the expansion. Maybe the Sunbreak is what the maybe I don't know. Monster Hunter without a controller seems like a nightmare, but it might be alright if that's what you're used to. Yeah, this yeah. I think also like FromSoft games without a controller seem like a nightmare, but Darth is indeed able to pull it off. What the fuck do I do? Bugger off. Do you like Monster Hunter or Diablo 4 more? Late again. Oh. Where am I supposed to go? What if I'm able to dodge it? No? This review copy includes the game only up to the Sunbreak expansion. The Sunbreak expansion is the only expansion. That'd be like a pretty recent version of Monster Hunter Rise, Darth. Sunbreak came out like less than a year ago, I think. My god, it's pissing me off. Instead of classes in Monster Hunter, I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go, dude. Diablo, because of the present and future content, Monster Hunter was more like a one-time experience. A good one, by the way. I like Monster Hunter a good bit more in Diablo because I think the experience is like far more stimulating and like mechanically far more invigorating and more like well-placed for sure. But maybe too early to tell. I don't know. I like maybe if Diablo adds like really cool dungeons and raids and stuff, I might like it. But because like I don't think there's any the most gratifying experiences in the MMO/live service games are mechanically challenging opportunities with like cooperation or where you need to cooperate with other people. You know, maybe. You can't dash a sniper. You have to not be hit way before. Yeah. What do you want me to do again? Cool, we're here. Oh, there's a fucking grappling hook. Are you fucking kidding me?
Why did you program me not to use guns?
Dharma is full of technology that is all too vulnerable to accidental destruction. With a blade, there are no stray bullets. Shockwaves, no collateral damage. Not to mention how crude those guns are compared to your tools. You are fully equipped to deal with every manner of projectile.
You've never been in a fight.
Of course not.
There we go. Let's see if they change the end game in some way. That'd be interesting. This version is 16.0. I have 13.0. Oh shit, that's a while ago. I like them explaining why you can't shoot anyone, but they'll acknowledge all these other dudes shooting at you. I think it is a little bit funny for sure. You're good at this game? I'm very mediocre at this game. I'm fucked.
Look at their weapons. 20 years worth of research and no technological progress to speak of. At this rate, Morrow's regime will fall to rebels in a decade or two. One's armed with sticks and stones.
There's some activity near the repository. I can't tell what's going on, but there's a disturbance in the network.
What kind of disturbance?
There's a field of interference moving through the district. Surveillance systems are going haywire.
Some kind of weapon?
More like a jamming device. But why would the keys blind their own cameras?
Fuck you, Ladigan. How dare you? How you get? Why? Why the copium, dog? Come on, man. Anti-review copy technology. Yo, what the fuck, man? Anti-piracy. What the fuck? What do you mean doesn't acknowledge? How you doing, Raytel? How are you? Tell me about yourself.
You're almost at the repository. I wonder what it was like to live in the old world. I've heard stories, but I don't know what's true and what isn't. No one does. I mean, how could they? My grandparents were still kids when the gates closed. No human has been outside since.
Can I make this jump? I guess so. Fuck if I knew that. Wait. Come back. There you go. I like Ghostrunner. That's this game. No way! You like this game? Let's fucking go! Or some other games you're passionate about, Raytel? I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I don't know what English is, so English is actually my third language, you know. Believe it or not. You don't have to believe it, but you know.
The interference is moving away, whatever it was. The good news is, the repository terminal is still there. The bad, it's now guarded.
I hate the sniper so badly. Oh my god, I hate the sniper.
Finally, it's in there. If it hasn't been me, it's our last stop before Morrow's lab.
Last stop before Alliance Dwarf English. Alliance? It's called common in World of Warcraft. Eccentrics. Darkest Dungeon is one I'm fairly tied to, for better or for worse. Other than that, big on variety, love some Ultra Kill. I'm not even familiar with Ultra Kill. Is anyone else familiar with Ultra Kill? Shout out Darkest Dungeon. I'm not a huge fan of roguelike games, but I think as far as genres, I really wish I liked roguelike games. And I think if I did like roguelike games, I would really like Darkest Dungeon and Hades. You like story-driven games, Raytail? Darkest Dungeon is a roguelike. It's / roguelite at all. It's more like XCOM than Rogue. I'm familiar with it. I use the word roguelike rather like loosely. I don't like the amount of loss you can experience in Darkest Dungeon personally. However, I think it's great for the people who do like that sort of stuff. Do you like story-driven games, Raytel? all of our lives are roguelike.
This to protect a public archive.
Knowledge is power. And the information we're after was anything but public.
Oh, I can't run that wall. Oops. Well. Oh, turn! Turn! Whatever. I'll wait. I'm not impatient. Are you? I'm a little bit impatient. I follow a band called Health. Talked about that game in the past for some reason. Wait. I follow a band called Health. Talked about that game in the past for some reason. I watched a bit of it. Oh, what? Darkest Dungeon? Or Ultra Kill. You want to experience loss, but play The Last of Us. Okay. I don't like. Okay. I don't like experiencing a loss of progression in a game, unless that game has some other thing that's progressively moving forward. And oftentimes, when roguelike games specifically, I'm not referring to Darkest Dungeon right now, don't have an overarching progression system, I find the games to not be necessarily what I want out of a video game.
The GR project started out as a military contract and ended up being our most ambitious undertaking.
Power.
Flip again. Hooray. I'm pausing real quick so I can read. Even by the vagueness of Rogue Light, it's got nothing in common with Rogue besides being a fantasy setting. I like story-driven games if the story is good or the gameplay is great enough to prop it up. Hades had a great story, but the gameplay was stale before I beat it. I only ever finished it for the story's sake. When I refer to roguelike or roguelite or roguelike games, generally Raytel, as somebody who's not a huge fan of this genre itself, I'm generally referring to games that you experience a good bit of loss of progression. And as far as I know, with the good bit I've seen of Darkest Dungeon, it is not necessarily super easy to lose a lot of progression, but I think the loss of like characters is not very fulfilling to somebody like myself. Paired alongside the having multiple runs in the game is why I refer to it as a roguelite or roguelike game in vagueness. However, like, in terms of like story, I'm not necessarily referring to like roguelike games that are story driven, but like more like single player action adventure or RPG experiences that are story driven. Are you a fan of any of those, Raytel? The link isn't working. Sag. I started playing Ultra Kill after I heard about the butt plug thing. The butt plug thing. What? 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 I like to play XCOM with Iron Man, so I definitely don't share that, but I fully understand why you wouldn't like that. Yeah. I think, like, there's probably a good bit of people who don't like... I suck at this, bro. We'll go this way. I'm sure I'm not the first person to exclaim discomfort with like losing progression, gameplay-wise, in something like Darkest Dungeon or any rogue like sort of game. I suck. Okay, we're good. Doesn't matter, I suck. Hooray. In roguelite/roguelike, you generally have runs that fail and you need to restart. You cannot fail a campaign in Darkest Dungeon unless you're playing on hard mode. I thought you could fail campaigns in Darkest Dungeon. I didn't know that. The more you know. Is Darkest Dungeon not like... Okay. Semantics aside, right? Well, okay, I'm saying semantics aside as I'm about to fucking talk about semantics. Is Darkest Dungeon not like referred to as a roguelike game to people who are not like I feel like most people refer to Darkest Dungeon as a roguelike game. On Steam is like, I know Steam tags are community voted. On Steam, is Darkest Dungeon not applied with roguelike? Semantics is spelled SEMENTICS, and it's the argument of like words and their meaning. I missed the question. Oh, I was more referring to like, do you like story-driven games outside of like a roguelike or in terms of, do you like story-driven games in terms of like a single-player action-adventure experience, Raytel, or in terms of like an RPG experience? It does have roguelike as a tag. That's what I thought. I've heard a lot of friends refer to it as a roguelike game. Semantics. Ah, that word. That's right. How much better is DMC3 better than... I think Lulak likes DMC3 a good bit more than 1, too. That'd be like calling Ghostrunner a shooter. It's first person, but you're not doing much in the way of shooting. Even the store description says it's a roguelike, but I haven't played it recently enough to remember. I mean, we are just arguing the semantics of the word roguelike at the end of the day, but you came out swinging, Raytel, and I'm going to refer to Darkest Dungeon as a roguelike game. Is that, like, if you can't fail any run that's not a hard run? Why is it referred to as a roguelike game? As, like, a tag or as a Steam description, then? Why do you think? Give me your reasoning as somebody who's more familiar with the game than I am. Give me a reason. Just give me a reason. Please don't die. What is happening right now? Where the fuck is this other thing at? What's right here?
Strange. It's gone. The data's not there.
No. What
But the server's intact. Impossible. Unless that interference from earlier was...
What am I doing?
It's after it.
I wasn't paying attention. Did I just lose everything? Oh, I hate this game. Because people think permadeath means roguelike, except this isn't roguelike permadeath, it's XCOM permadeath. I'm not familiar with XCOM. I'm familiar with XCOM. I haven't played XCOM. Darkest Dungeon 2 is a roguelike. Light, that's for certain. Okay. What story games do you like, Raytel? What games have you finished because of their story? I just spin the wheel, so I decided game. What games do you have in your library that you put on your wheel? Darf. There it is. Wow, I suck at this game. I have a problem with this game. What am I doing? What am I doing? I failed physics. Basically, you're managing a squad or not a singular character. If you lose a squad mate, the game keeps going. You just replace the character. And for that reason, it's not a roguelike game. I think it's adjacent enough to a roguelike game to not be super interesting to me personally. Which is why I own the game. I just haven't played it myself. I have a friend who's like very passionate about the game, although they always refer to the game as a roguelike game, which is what immediately made me write off the game. But I guess that reasoning that you just gave for it to not be a roguelike game is enough reason in itself for me to not have extreme interest in it personally. Did you like Darkest Dungeon when you played it, Rulock? I'm fucked, aren't I? I'm not if I go here. Squad mate, yeah, I got you. Pirate and Shadowrun Dragonfall come to mind. Shadowrun Hong Kong was good too, just not as good as Dragonfall. Interesting. Now, what games do you strongly dislike? Raytel. Why am I like really bad? Oh my god, I'm about to, I'm so impatient. This isn't rewarding my impatience. I'm going to throw my monitor. Give me that. Thanks. Oh, what am I doing? Why can't I run on walls in here? What do you want from me? Go. Okay, cool. Now we flip again. Can I make it to this one? I can. No, I can't. I remember it hasn't been recent enough. I did play a demo for 2, and that is absolutely roguelike. Interesting. Did you like 2? The little demo you played of it? If someone is a fan of roguelikes/roguelites asked for a recommendation, then they would recommend Darkest Dungeon. They'd probably be disappointed. I think that's a pretty like fair way to put it. Why am I actually? I think that's a pretty apt way to put it. I also think that Darkest Dungeon has a lot of turn-based RPG properties to it that maybe a lot of people who play games for the sake of being a roguelite or roguelike wouldn't be super interested in unless they were also interested in turn-based RPGs. Do seem fun. I'll probably get on sale. Shout out too. I don't like fighting games much. Don't care for Souls-like games. Find them boring. Souls-like games. Interesting enough to hear Souls-like game is a genre. Generally, don't refer to Souls-like games as a genre because I don't play like Souls-like games outside of From Software games for the most part. However, Lies of P, that demo was pretty sick. Find them boring. I think it makes sense for somebody to find something like a FromSoft game. I'll forward the game. We're gonna open it back up. I'm just really angry, and I had to retaliate towards the game somehow. This is my retaliation. Rogue is a turn-based RPG. That's right. I'll give Bloodborne a chance if it comes to PC. Since I don't really know what motivates you when you play most games, Retail, other than like games that you mentioned liking. In a lot of the games you mentioned, I don't have a lot of familiarity with, so I wouldn't know if you'd like Bloodborne or not. You never tried the Bloodborne DLC. I did not play the Bloodborne DLC, Lulak. To be honest with you, the Bloodborne DLC was as much money as Bloodborne itself, Lulak. And I said to myself, man, Bloodborne was cool and stuff, right? Or whatever. And like I appreciate it for making innovation. However, like I don't really care about
This to protect a public archive.
Knowledge is power,
That's right.
and the information we're after was anything
What was my
but
reasoning?
public.
Oh, like I didn't really care about spending more money on Bloodborne after finishing the base story experience. You know what I mean? Not story experience. The first playthrough is what I mean. I'm like so bad at this. It's yeah. Bloodborne sounds like it might be fast / aggro enough to be enjoyable. I think Souls games are too slow. I think Souls games are a bit too slow. I don't really know if you like RPGs or ARPGs in general, so I don't really have much comment on that. Do you like ARPGs or RPGs as a genre? The DLC is a bit short, but it's probably some of the better bosses in that game, which isn't a high bar because a lot of those original bosses were not exciting, as you know. Yeah, a lot of the boss fights were just marathons instead of sprints. They weren't like mechanically challenging, but because there were marathons or endurance-based fights, they didn't have like super... To have an endurance fight have incredibly mechanically challenging moments would be incredibly frustrating. And because of that, the developers didn't do that. But I'm actually have no patience for this right now. This is crazy. I have zero patience for this right now. In general, yeah, I like RPGs. For a point of reference, I do speedruns for Ghostrunner. You speedruns for Ghostrunner. In general, you like RPGs. What RPG games do you like, Raytail? Since you played Neo 2 very recently, would you say that feels like a Souls-like? That seems faster than what they're usually like. Neo 2 did not feel like a Souls-like game, other than the fact that there were like bonfires and souls. Neo 2 felt like an action game that was like very isolated from a Souls-like quote-unquote experience. I don't even have like a frame of reference for what to compare Neo 2's gameplay to, because I think dropping like all of the abilities and weapons and shit in front of me without much of it in the way of a tutorial, other than like text boxes describing how the game works to you with like very, very little tutorial stuff, definitely made the... I'm sure if I really, really wanted to play Neo 2, I could play Neo 2 and like extract some sort of enjoyment out of it. But I think that'd be a terrible experience to stream, because I think the attempt of actually learning how you're supposed to play the game is a good portion of the game. Would you agree with that, Lulak, or no? RPG, so hard to list them all on for so many different reasons. Let me see what's my favorite. Oh, you don't have to say what your favorite is. Just like name a few that I might be familiar with. Raytail. Can't even like compare the combat in Neo to another game. Like you can say, oh, it's a Souls-like because it's a third-person action RPG game. Other than that, no. terms of the actual combat loop itself.
Project started out as a military contract and ended up being our most ambitious undertaking.
Our?
Mara took part in the design process. I told you we were associates.
Okay, cool. This is a pause. I think if you had more time with it, you could have had a better time of it, but it feels like it's another period where it's not much time to dedicate to a game since you have another upcoming game that you want to play. That's true. I also, like, definitely do think that the game, like, I don't think... I'm trying to think of a game that doesn't give you much of a tutorial or much of a lead up. I think it's very similar or like analogous to the experience of playing Final Fantasy 16's iconic challenge in the demo, Lulak. Like, sure, I could spend the time and understand how the combat works with like all of these abilities at my disposal, but part of me just like doesn't really want to go through the effort of learning exactly how the combat works. And I feel the same way with like Neo. I'd rather have like a more, I don't want to say cohesive. I don't want to like insult Neo whilst I'm saying this. I'm trying to say it without insulting Neo. I think you get what I'm saying. I don't think I have to really...
It's gone. The data's not there.
Say much more, I don't think.
But the server's intact. Impossible. Unless that interference from earlier was... It's after it.
It's after it. Neo's a big boy, it can take it. But that isn't directly above that. Thank fucking God save my fucking things. Okay. What was I saying about Neo? Neo, I think I don't really want to spend the time to learn its combat because it does seem very, very complicated, and it doesn't really give me a cohesive tutorial experience over an extended period of time to be familiar with the abilities. It's like playing the character at max level in World of Warcraft without any prelude. It just doesn't feel the greatest without like understanding exactly how it works. Although I'm sure it does feel great after you understand how it works. I failed physics, that's right. I actually didn't take physics in high school. What's up, Justin? How you doing? Jidil Boomkin. I just had the funniest experience with Road Rage. What happened? I love Pyre, which makes me sad it's the least played Supergiant game. I know nothing of Pyre Raytel. I know nothing of Pyre. New Vegas is absolutely up there in terms of RPGs. New Vegas is very fulfilling for people who like to be very immersed in the world and have like, I guess, the freedom to attempt things in different ways and the freedom to explore. Where are some other RPGs, Raytel? It's like playing the Final Fantasy 16 demo, the iconic challenge. I'm kind of curious to go back to Neo 1. I wonder if I had a better tutorial, and 2 just expected people to play 1 first. Yeah, that's something you mentioned previously. The wheel is set. Place your bets. Borderlands 2! Play Borderlands 2! The Portal is not an RPG. Play Borderlands 2! I really don't like the Lords of the Fallen game, but... He was pissed. I'll give me 1 sec to read all that. Can you be quiet? I'm trying to watch Amaranth on Kick. I'm so sorry. I was talking about Pyre the other day during my TikTok stream. What did you say about Pyre the other day? I don't know if it was directed at me, but it was a full stop from a red light and let people wait in the driveway to go in front of me, and this guy behind me went berserk. He was like full on yelling and pointing the head, flipping me off, sticking his hand out of the sunroof, flipping me off. He was pissed. Fuck that guy. I hope he slashed his tires and fucking peed on his door handle. And I hope, fuck him. In Minecraft. Fuck him. Pyre is a fantasy sports ball RPG visual novel, which is hard to sell, but it's easily one of the best games I've ever played for reasons beyond the gameplay. Still love the gameplay. Shout out Pyre. I think Darth might have played Pyre. I forget. I bought Pyre a few months ago. I haven't got to it yet. That's what it was. The New Lords of the Fallen looks alright, though. Hopefully it's good. I just put random shit that looked cool to me, such as been in your library for long. Makes sense. If you didn't look like you had a Second Amendment... if the... yeah, I don't blame you, Justin. We live in America, baby. There's some good games in there. There's also not good games in there. Good luck, Wheel. The Wheel do great. Pillars of Eternity 1-1. Well, wonder how that'll go. Lay again. Thoughts on Pillars of Eternity 1? Where's some other RPGs? Fallout New Vegas and Pyre aside, Raytel. I'm basically trying to cherry pick whether some games that you enjoy that I might also enjoy, because it doesn't seem like we have a very similar palette in terms of what games we like. And Common Ground is like fun sometimes. Okay. It truly is. Okay, cool. We're about to finish this part. Thank fucking God. My impatience didn't. We're done. Thank fucking God. Get me the fuck out of here. Wow. Look. It's normal to have a bunch of death. Oh, it took me 40 minutes. But I had a lot less death. A lot of it was talking. A lot of it was pause champ. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. People who drive around the big hurry all the time. It's pretty common, yeah. 40 minutes, but you stand around reading the chat a lot. Yeah. Haven't finished Divinity Original Sin 2 yet. I keep restarting with my best friend. Shout out Divinity. First one is pretty good, slow intro, but it makes sense to the whole plot. Really fun gameplay, but really annoying inventory management. Is it Tetris? Do you not like Tetris? I don't know. You are immune to attacks during dash, but its cooldown is moderately increased. I don't know. Extra charge. Another charge. I'd like another dash charge, I guess. Sure, let's just do that. We like to go fast. Why? Psh, I don't know. I don't really have much reason. Oh, I can't fit anything in there. That's fine. Joe guy. Hey, what's up, Helio Senpai? Hey, what's up, Greek God Senpai? What does Senpai mean? How you doing, Helios? How you feeling today, you beautiful human? Not need to play the side missions though. You could beat the game in 40 hours. Hey, 40 hours, is that too long for you, Darth? Dash vulnerability doesn't work in the air, so it's 100% not worth it. There you go. I'm not grabbing it then. All the people who get into road rage are mostly driving cars. What? Yeah. Senpai is Japanese. I know that, but what's it mean? Not Tetris inventory, but infinite inventory, so you're always gathering shit? No. You are a collector though, a hoarder. Play again. Senpai means one of higher stature or superior in rank. So what does your name mean, Helios? I'm good. How about you? I'm good, Helios. Now that you're here to calm me down and make me feel good about myself. Helios. What the fuck does Helios Senpai mean? Does that mean that like Helios is your senpai, or does that mean that you're like the senpai? Like, what does that mean? But what does that mean? Yeah, what does it mean? I don't know why I have high hopes for Pillars of Eternity than Divinity. I've seen I think the Pillars of Eternity is probably more fun for me than Divinity would be for me personally. It means older students. Doesn't really make sense. Wait, so I'm son upperclassman? What? Helios, when did you come up with your name? You need to be constantly selling things and separating things for your companions that could get annoying. It makes it worse. Yeah, that makes sense. Senpai, as it's most commonly known, is from common usage in school anime when referring to a student of an older class. I guess, like, theoretically, right? You're right. Like, Helios, the god of the sun in Greek mythology, is probably older than you.
Who was that?
It's your counterpart. Get after it. We need that data.
So that's pretty cool.
Can you track it?
I can track the wave of interference that moves through the district.
Good enough. I'm going after it.
Why? What is it?
I don't know.
No, I don't know where to go. Hopefully here. I don't know where I'm going. I have no clue where I'm going. Where am I going? I think I went the wrong way. Where am I going? I'm supposed to go right here.
What's the
Salvage
use of
it.
a stealth system
Got it.
that you can track? Mara ruined a flawless design.
You know who I'm chasing.
You're chasing something that imitates your spectral field.
That's
You're
not gonna
chasing something that imitates your spectral field. Poorly.
What?
Fuck you, architect. Hoe ass bitch. I'm a superior sun god. No, S-U-N sun, Helios. Hey, what? Is senpai... I always thought senpai was used in like in a different context than school. Does senpai have anything to do with sex? Is that just like the people I've interacted with online? As far as single-player story-driven games, I haven't played all that many since they're usually the most expensive ones, or the 2D platformers, which I'm terrible at. They are mostly the most expensive ones. Yeah. I scraped through Katana Zero. Okay. No. Just the people you've interacted with. Oh, okay. Oh, you've just been interacting with internet perverts? Hey, bro. It's World of Warcraft, okay? Which, okay. My bad. Yeah, it's like a daddy thing. Oh, so kind of a daddy thing. What's okay? I don't know. I've definitely heard people like say senpai as like a daddy thing whilst playing World of Warcraft in the past. Senpai just means like a higher rank than you, but on the same ladder. Sure. Notice me senpai is a common phrase. I've heard a lot of people say that. That's exactly what I was referring to. Shout Eccentrics for making me feel not as poor about myself.
Cyber camouflage, surveillance cameras, motion sensors, body scanners. They don't see. That's why you were called Ghostrunners.
I've had it all this time.
Of course. How else do you think you've avoided fighting Mara's entire army all at once?
It's speeding up, heading towards the tower's core.
Going back to Mara.
It's getting away. At this rate, it will reach the core before you can intercept.
Find me a shortcut.
Working on it. You could catch a train. They have Intratube here, same as the base. And one is just arriving at the station to your left.
Got it.
Just hop on. The train should be empty.
Okay. On train, let's fucking go. Exactly, it's from the anime fantasy of earning admiration from admiration from from an older student. Interesting. Thought you were called Ghostrunner because I run over ghosts. No, because then I'd have a bear trap clamped onto my leg sapworm. You're in the same crowds as me, the person who's obsessed with TikTok. Don't you feel better now? I'm in the same crowds as you, the person who's obsessed with TikTok. Eccentrics? Hello? I also drew today after a long time, probably like 3 months. I spent like 3 hours streaming art in Discord. Oh, that's fun. What'd you draw? Have I watched Black Mirror? I've watched a single episode of Black Mirror, Helios. A single episode of Black Mirror.
It isn't.
Oops. I just do this. No, that's too far away. Hey, other guy. Why am I so bad at this game, dude? Why am I'm... Go away. This is a train level. Let's go. Train levels are always fun. You should watch Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix. Troy Baker's in that one, I'm pretty sure. Although I'm not very familiar with it. Just got my Sword Tour original character piece. I started last year and doing it all over again. Hope it looks good. Hope it turns out good. The sword guys are easier to time when you get in their faces. You don't have to account for how long it takes them to get to you. That makes sense. Just a click when they are red. Pretty good series of short with pretty interesting art styles. Shout out Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix. Love,
So I'm
Death, and
chasing
Robots.
another Ghostrunner.
You're chasing a cheap knockoff. A simple machine.
I hate you. Hope your family dies of a terminal illness in Minecraft. Stop. What am I doing? I'm able to dodge. I forgot about that. Oh my god, dude. I fucking god, dude. Hey, Helios, how do you feel about religion? Wow! Your name is Helios? I'm going to fucking... I lifted my finger off of control a bit too early. Oh, fuck no. I didn't even realize there. Okay. Cool. Okay, whatever. Come here. Go away. I plan to draw all my Bioware characters together soon after this. Those three characters are definitely the ones you're most attached to. Good. I think it's great. Shout out Bioware games. I completely forgot Bioware did Swissword. The update for Minecraft that had terminal illnesses was pretty wait, what? Is that a real thing? Oh. Yeah, it was pretty sick. True. True.
You can't let it escape. If you confront Morrow without that data, we won't stand a chance.
You keep saying that.
Eccentrics is always serious. Eccentrics is always serious. Eccentric controls us. I'm not religious and I don't like... What? Am I not under it? What do you mean? Okay, fuck you. I'm not religious and don't like religion, but I have no explanation how the first thing was created in the universe, so I just think there is something higher. You know what? Shout out. I think that's a great short. Let's go, Helios! For once, Barbara experiences what it's like to be too tall. Fuck you, dude. Here's a surprise bonk indeed, Lulak. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I don't know how to jump. I failed physics. I didn't have physics. I took in my chemistry class. In my high school, you had the choice between taking physics and chemistry, and I took fucking chemistry instead. What am I supposed to do? Press space to jump, yeah. I know I should give Dragon Age games a chance, but Mass Effect has given me low hopes for them. You don't like Mass Effect, Raytel? You don't seem to be a huge fan of most of the games I like to enjoy. How long have you been playing games for, Raytel? Jump sooner, jumping much too late. Okay. Oh, Nothers? Are you a Twitch enjoyer? Whoa. Twitch enjoyer on Twitch? Huh. I all for it again. This game's making me angry. We're launching it again. I was just doing that out of retaliation, like I said. What's up, TJ? How you feeling today? Don't have nothing to break, so I just all for the game. You feel me? Since I was about 3 years old, shut the fuck out, Raytel. That's tricking me out. Dragon Age is definitely a lot better than Mass Effect. I feel like if you dislike one a lot, you probably won't like the other one. Did I all for? I did indeed all for. I'm vibing. That's good, TJ. How you feeling? When to start my PC being built? Shout out. What are the specs of the PC, TJ? 3, 1, then 2 for Mass Effect. 1, 2, 3. I thought you were about to play something else. I don't have nothing else to play. I am quite frustrated at this game right now, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Ludlock. My god, this is pissing me off. But that's because I really can't talk while playing this game, okay? I'm not very good at this game. It doesn't come naturally. I have to put all my attention into it. Mass Effect's writing is I don't know how people like it as much as do. It's not bad, but it's not good. In what way is the writing bad in your opinion? Like the dialogue itself, the plot, the characters, and the how dynamic versus how stacked they are. What about the writing is bad in your opinion? Be more descriptive, and I can either agree or refute you with something that I think is true. Raytel, let me know. I leave for now. Good luck, King. All right, have a beautiful time. TJ. No! It starts the level over!
It's your counterpart. Get after it. We need that data.
Can you track it?
I can track the wave of interference that moves through the district.
Good enough. I'm going after it.
Why? What is it?
I don't know.
This is what I get for retaliation. I'm not allowed to turn my back on the family. I'm so sorry.
What's the use of a
Never meant to stop war.
that you can track? Mara ruined a flawless design.
You know who I'm chasing.
You're chasing something that imitates your spectral field. Poorly.
What?
I'm actually so mad I have to restart this entire section. I don't even want to do this right now. Oh my god, I hate fucking... I'm playing a roguelike game right now. Say what you will. Say what you will, Raytel. This is indeed a roguelike game. You can tell because of, I have no good reason. I have no patience. You're nearly done. That makes me so upset. Oh my god, just get cyberfished. Get cyber fucked, bro. I got cyber fucked so hard, dude. I don't even care, dude. I don't even care. No! Do anglers dream of electric fish? I don't think anglerfish do dream, to be honest with you. I don't think they're super cognitively aware of most things that are going on. I don't think they have a lot of neurons in their skull sort of situation. You're lucky they didn't give you new slippers to sleep with the fishes. Hey, wise guy, huh? Hey, wise guy, you cyberfished, huh? The dialogue is ham-fisted generally and has a lot of expository characters because they couldn't find a way to organically weave lore into the story. Many of the characters are two-dimensional at best and lean hard into one or two tropes with little else to them. There are notable examples like Tali, who you can tell the writers put a lot of work into, but then there's Jack, who feels so amateurishly written. Let me think about what you said, and let me think about Mass Effect really quickly. Oh, no, I found another person's British accent that pisses me off. Who's... Who? Better not be eccentrics. Oh, my God. Okay. The dialogue is ham-fisted generally. It has a lot of expository characters because they couldn't find a way to organically weave lore into the story. The statement has a lot of expository characters because they couldn't find a way to organically weave lore into the story. Seems like amateurishly written sentence statement. However, most of the characters are two-dimensional at best. I would argue that Mass Effect has a problem with adding a bunch of characters that don't add a bunch of weight to the main plotline itself, leading them to feel a little bit unnecessary, making the story feel a little bit bloated in Mass Effect 2 and 3 specifically. However, I definitely don't think most of the characters are two-dimensional because most of the characters have a sort of a dynamic character arc because of the companion quests associated with them. Otherwise, the companion quest would be incredibly boring. Elaborate more. Mass Effect 1, you literally have a section where you go up to random aliens who happen to be historians on their own species. Oh, you mean like literally as like a gameplay thing? This human named JYNXZI. When he does a British accent, I'm gonna punch my wall, but he's American. That's funny. In Mass Effect 1, okay. I thought you were talking about like the storytelling itself. You think it's poor that Mass Effect has characters laid throughout the world to give you like fucking to monologue lore about different species rather than weaving it into the story itself. You have a quab. You don't like that. That's just one example. I don't think that's a critique towards the story specifically. I think the story in Mass Effect itself does a good enough job, like introducing the lore and like alluring, giving you like a world to build through the story itself. Do I think it's like super well written? No. No, I don't think the story in Mass Effect is like super like incredibly well written by any stretch of the imagination. As far as RPGs go, I do think there are characters to attach to, and there are like visceral moments for people to attach to. I think most of Mass Effect's writing is really bad, but it does have moments. I think the story told in the Mass Effect trilogy is so much less interesting than the world itself. I think that's true. I agree with that. I agree. Can you please do a British accent right now? Stranger, gun rhymes is fun for a reason. Stranger, 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 stranger. That's true for most games, I think. I definitely don't think that's true for most games. I think as far as like RPGs go, I think most RPGs are better at giving you a world or a setting to attach to rather than telling like a super compelling narrative in itself. And I think the stories in the Mass Effect games aren't super well written, but I do think the story is pretty interesting. And I think I think that's true. I don't think Mass Effect is super amateurishly written necessarily. I think as far as RPGs go, Mass Effect is probably one of the better stories as far as RPGs go. But that's not because of like a super linear narrative with characters that are super gut-wrenching and incredibly well acted or incredibly well written for that matter. I think it's more conceptually it does an alright job of telling a story paired with a world that's fun to connect to, which is what makes it interesting. Yeah, dude, the merchant is indeed British. Okay, that's the gun. The gun rhymes with the fun because the merchant. I just realized I completely forgot while I was talking about Mass Effect that I forgot that I restarted all my progress. I'm so upset.
They don't see. That's why they were called Ghostrunners.
I've had it all this time. I've had it all this time.
Of course. How else do you think we've avoided fighting Mara's entire army all at once?
It's speeding up, heading towards the tower's core.
Going back to Mara.
It's getting away. At this rate, it will reach the core before you can intercept.
Find me a shortcut.
Working on it.
Because of your criticism towards Mass Effect, I wish I was familiar with like games that you think have like well-written stories. Because like yeah, I don't think Mass Effect stories are like super well-written by any stretch of the imagination. However, I do think the world makes like the writing like good enough to be interested in the story itself.
Got it.
I really wish I was more familiar with what games
The train should be empty.
or the games that you particularly are passionate about the stories in. But I'm not. I don't care about storytelling. It sounds like I'd be really disappointed in Mass Effect or like in gaming as a whole. I think there are like phenomenal stories in games. I mean, at least you don't smash your desk or a controller or whatever. Yeah, it's true. Honestly, I just wish there was a Mass Effect game that had writing on par with Shadowrun Dragonfall and Shadowrun Hong Kong. I know literally nothing about those games, so I can't give much input on those games specifically. But part of me is a little bit inclined to believe that like the stories in those games, I don't know, give me like, do they have like great acting, or like what about the writing in those games do you like specifically? I think to like, I don't know. And I could be like, yo, Mass Effect doesn't have a good story because it's not God of War Ragnarok or The Last of Us or Red Dead 2 or Detroit Become Human or The Walking Dead Season 1 or like fucking Cyberpunk or Witcher 3. I could like use a frame of comparison to deny like Mass Effect of like any gratification whatsoever, any like fucking celebration whatsoever. But I don't think Mass Effect is trying to do what any of those games I just said are trying to do themselves with the storytelling that they're trying to approach. I don't think Mass Effect is fucking attempting to have like a super character driven story that's incredibly well written. I think it's attempting to like deliver an interesting world to you. Denied. Shadowrun is a tabletop RPG, and those are two of the PC game adaptations. Dragonfall and Hong Kong are very reading heavy. Damn it, dude! I wish like fucking I could talk about the story. Do you like the story in? Fuck, man. What's another story game you like that I might be familiar with? Voice acting would be amazing, but the studio was on the budget. That's fair. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I fucking hate this shit so fucking much. I hate that, dude. I don't even remember what I did last time. Spec Ops: The Line. I don't know anything about this story either. Fuck goddamn retail. God damn it. Could you imagine how much worse this would be without the instant restarts? True.
Chasing a cheap knockoff. A simple machine.
Storytelling is something I'm incredibly passionate about and probably the most interesting experience in most games. For me, retail. I'm pretty passionate about it. I do think there are some incredibly well-written moments in the Mass Effect games, though. And to take away the well-written moments, using a frame of comparison to stuff that's using a different medium to deliver the story, I don't think is the most well-intentioned argument to have. Thank God we're down here. Oh my God, I fucking forgot. Donk, that's right. One shoot. Oh, please, please! Thank God. Woo! Could you, with them. Endings still make me cry a good bit. That's good. Shadowrun Dragonfall and Shadowrun Hong Kong had good stories. I enjoyed the gameplay too. It's a turn-based, so they play kind of like a tabletop RPG as well. Shout out Shadowrun Dragonfall and Shadowrun Hong Kong. Let's see it. How you doing, Kevin? I recommend you use the Tetris modules for fun and range. For fun, the range, and the extra dash. Oh, okay.
Can't let it
We're fine
escape.
right now. We're fine. We're good. We're
From
good.
tomorrow without that data, we won't stand a chance.
Keep saying that.
We're here. We're finally back. Please don't fuck this up. Cool. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. I think the well-written moments in Mass Effect are excellent, but you end up having to sit through a lot of very staged-feeling conversations to get there. Helios is referring to Tempest Refund and Tempest Range, which give Tempest a much bigger AoE and... Oh, okay, that makes sense. To be able to use Tempest more often. Sure, fuck it, whatever. Cooldown, extra charge. Sure. Tempest, multi-kill refund. This too. Are we good at Tetris? We shall see. And then I feel like I can't get that. I like the cooldown a good bit. Let's do this. Let's do this. There you go. We'll do that. We'll do that. In terms of the most well-written moments, having to sit through a slog of uninteresting moments in Mass Effect, I don't think delivering narrative through a character monologuing is the most interesting way to digest a narrative whatsoever, or to digest a world or setting whatsoever. I completely agree with that. I don't think Mass Effect is at fault for that. I think most RPGs out there that are attempting to deliver a narrative do have a good bit of expose through characters laid throughout the world. That aren't necessarily yo, I'm a Turian, let me give you Turian lore, but maybe in Witcher, it's yo, what's the fucking, what are, not Nilfgaardian, is it Nilfgaard? What the fuck is Nilfgaard? I think Nilfgaard. The people from the south. There are people in Witcher, and there are people in many RPG games, and I think this is a fault of RPG games, but not fault necessarily. I don't think it's bad to have NPCs throughout the world that are meant to monologue to you and not have a back and forth to just give you nothing else but more lore for the world if you're already interested in the world. However, I do think somebody who's not already interested in the world would find something like that incredibly uninteresting. So it makes sense. Sure. Yeah. My favorite games, like I mentioned my favorite stories briefly when I was comparing Mass Effect to my favorite stories, don't have characters sitting around to give you more expose to the world. But I think if those characters were in those games, I don't think I'd be incredibly frustrated. Show my tier list. You want to see my tier list, Raytel? I think the best thing about the Shadowrun games is they offer a good variety of playstyles: melee, brawler, tech, sniper, magic. Yeah, I think it's great to have RPGs to give you a lot of freedom to approach the world or the game in many ways. Definitely, I think it's fun. Which is what I need to get around to. I'm just worried they'll eat up a lot of your time, and I'm worried about falling into a hole like I did not being able to climb out. I don't know. If it's fun, who cares? As long as you have time. Oh, that's insane. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. Okay. Okay. Not bad. If you have time is the problem. Only 13 deaths. Let's go. Yeah, I guess so.
That's your stop.
It's my enemy. Boss fight? Is there like a traditional boss fight?
GL-74 located.
What's up?
Kill switch component not found. Permission to engage.
Granted.
Engaging.
Oh, okay. I have no clue what I'm doing right now. That's okay. See, her like shield goes down. Oops, that one's super delayed. Okay. Oops. Oops. Oh, she gets it back every single time I fucking hit her without warrant. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. You're tough. You're so tough. Oops. I played Sekiro before. This. Myself. Parrying! Probably finish this tomorrow, yeah, probably. If I get into a game, and I mean into a game, I tend to start sacrificing time and energy for that game over life-critical things. The devs said this boss was inspired by Sekiro. They kind of forgot that this isn't Sekiro. This boss isn't Ghostrunner. It's Ghost Standard. I've played Sekiro twice. Okay, we'll... Is this Genichiro?
Useless pawn.
It is Genichiro.
She's watching. With the original Ghostrunner parts, these moves wouldn't be possible.
They aren't.
It seems some technological progress has been made.
Okay. Okay. No! I didn't know that. No! I'm so bad! What?
GL-74 threat level assessment readjusted.
Just get it done. Blow yourself up if you have to.
I'm gonna play Fortnite, but I have fun. I have a beautiful time playing Fortnite Eccentrics. Hakuna Matata, be gracious king. That's so annoying. What is this fucking what? Okay, I'm going P. This is annoying. Ah! Timing for these texts is weird. Once you the swing basically after the sword is halfway through you. I thought it was basically after the yellow, like I thought those were like I thought the yellow flashes is when I'm supposed to click. Give me 1 sec. He's pooping, that's right. Timing's very forgiving. That doesn't matter. Okay. I don't know what parrying is. Sekiro's the hardest FromSoft game by far for me, okay? Okay. Give me 1 second. I have to reply to something that Mental sent me. It's an update on the one keyboard he's making me. Shout out Mental for making a keyboard. We love to see it. Also, Pentiment is set in the 1500s in Rome, I think, and there's so much Christian stuff in it. I didn't study this much Christianity in my... I mean, Holy Roman Empire. You know how it be. Hey, Jesus Christ be praised. You play that Kingdom Come Deliverance, didn't you? I suck. I suck. I suck. I'm impatient. There you go. Go to your section, please. I bounced off it. Oops. Super delayed. I love this. I love this game, dude. I love it so much. I love it so much. I love this game so much. Holy Roman Empire wasn't even close to Rome. Holy Roman Empire at one point, I believe, had Rome under its jurisdiction. What modern day Rome is? The town in game is fictional called Tassing. Are you liking Pentiment or no? I know a lot of people like it. Me too. Yeah, you love this game too, Helios? I know you do. It's your favorite game. Yeah, Minecraft, Fortnite, and of course Roblox. Story games you may have heard of. Yakuza games are dumb, but such dumb fun. Darth and Lulak are big fans of the Yakuza games, but I'm not a huge fan of like the that sort. Maybe I'm all right. I don't think it'd be very much of a fan of the type of storytelling the Yakuza games attempt to deliver. Yakuza games is such serious dramatic moments and they give you a side quest of a guy that can't come. Beautiful. I'm so confused by that. That's okay. Where are we going next? Where are we going? I don't know where she went. She went to the left, baby. You love to see it. What? Okay, where are you going? This way. Where'd she go? To my right. Give me a second. Hell. It's Norse mythology. We love Norse mythology.
Do you hear me, monster? I should have erased you a long time ago. Once your puppet is destroyed, I will fix that mistake.
She's referring to the architects.
Ripping you out of the top.
It didn't even appear into what? What? Like what? I'm liking it. The first act was time limited, 3 days to investigate murder, and I can only investigate half the suspects. I'm interested in how this will affect the other acts. Yeah, that sounds fun. The game works on persuasion checks during major choices, and you'll only pass the check if you're helped. If you helped the characters / were polite to them, but to help them you have to participate in their side quests. But oh wait, I spent time doing side quests, so I couldn't do the whole main quest and couldn't investigate the suspects. I get what you're saying. That sounds fun. Sounds interesting. You have to think about what leads. Yeah. That makes sense. I think it's cool. I'm so impatient.
You'll have nowhere to hide. No
There you go.
place
Come
to
on.
invest.
Come on. Thank you. You're great. Come on, where are you at? I'm having so much fun. I'm impatient. It makes it take a lot longer because I'm impatient. It creates a negative feedback. We love to see it, baby. Okay, here we go, please. Oh, am I fucked? Hey, how much longer I got in this game, Raytel or Helios? This is a combination of character origins to choose from that vastly change from the dialogue options. It's pretty cool. I like that. Good. It's pretty clear you're the weak counterpart, or like between me and yeah, I agree. You're a little past the halfway point. Oh fuck no. Level now 17 if I remember right. Fuck me. I swear I hit. It's not right click to parry, it's fucking left click to parry. Wow, that's great. I love this game. Like motherfucking architect, homie. Why? Architect, you fucking idiot. Why do I only have 1 HP? What the fuck, architect? How'd I hit left click? Where'd you go? I'm blind. I can't see nothing. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing about nobody. I don't know nothing about nobody. I'm coming. I'll be there eventually, I promise. I hit right click again! What am I doing? I can't, dude. I literally can't. What am I doing? I don't know how it does. And he's like, there's an assist mode that gives you a shield. Quit whining and listen to me tell you why I'm absolutely not evil. Architect. Where am I going?
Now for the important part. We can scan it for the missing data. Yes, it's all in there, intact.
Flawless. I don't make the rules. He said it. I ain't say it. He said it. He said flawless. Defeated by Perry again. Yeah. Some of the Christian lore gets lost in my mind, but it's pretty cool. The whole game centered around the murder in the church. The Christian lore. Oh Lord, thank you for bringing us together as you brought Jesus to his disciples on the road to... Oh baby. By Jesus Christ be praised. Next time do it in 1 minute or 14 seconds? No.
You've been asking for a ranged attack. Here it is.
Excusez-moi.
You should be pretty familiar with this technique, considering you've been on the receiving end. Look for the correct angle.
Oh, let me do this. I got you.
Will this work with any sword?
Turu Jihad weapon. more than swords. They are the pinnacle of engineering, instruments fine-tuned to the Ghostrunner systems. Yes, it will work with any sword.
Are you kidding me? They scrapped I Am Jesus Christ and made pence of it? No! How could they? Objectively good decision. How could they scrap I Am Jesus Christ? I completely forgot about that game, to be completely honest with you, Darth. On this day, Jesus, it was incredibly boring.
Are too unpredictable.
Well, you have to plan for contingencies, don't you?
The Holy Roman Empire. How big was the Holy Roman Empire? If they had jurisdiction over like Italy and like all of Western and sort of Eastern Europe at one point, I think.
Your people.
I don't know.
Yes. We didn't know what it was. Just heard the voice. I thought we'd scatter and regroup like always. I ran away.
It's dead now.
They're dead.
We're ready. Time for the final assault.
And then Jesus didn't eat for weeks. He became hungry. Yeah, that was so fucking stupid, Dart. Did you see the I Am Jesus Christ game, Lulak? There was like an indie game called I Am Jesus Christ. And you play as Jesus. And I was like, dude, this game looks fucking hilarious. There's a demo. It's free. I should play it. It was probably the most boring game I'd played in a very, very long time. It was like reading the... No, I'm not going to say that. It was very boring. It was very boring. I saw it seemed like one of the streamer bait games. Very much a streamer bait game, I agree. I once saw someone get stuck on a 3-target jump thing for over 10 minutes and they still did it wrong. I'm glad that was not me. He streamed it. Let me find the clip, BRB. I need to show it to Lulak. Yeah, it was very, very boring. Very, very boring. Next level, please. Christians know that reading the Bible is boring. That's why they have group Bible studies. How do you feel about religion, Raytel? Don't talk about it if it's too you know, I know it's a heavy topic and it isn't for everyone. Okay. How do you feel about religion? I believe people should be able to believe in whatever they want as long as they aren't hurting other people. Okay. That's what we love. However, I myself am not religious.
You're getting closer to the core. Security is getting much tighter. There are sentry guns ahead. I can't hack them.
You need to avoid those turrets. They're deadly.
What about my spectral field?
The core is protected by much more sophisticated sensors. I'm afraid automatic camouflage can only get us so far.
They can see me.
They can see everything.
Same problem is that so many sections and groups forget that as long as it isn't hurting other people part. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I think I have a super cynical look on religion, but like, yeah. Religion is definitely, you know, is something that people weaponize in order to justify oppression. Often! What am I doing? Okay, I'm an idiot. I'll wait. I'm a fucking donut. Go away, please. Beautiful. Delicious.
I guess we're kind of
Delicious.
similar, you and I.
How?
You're the last Ghostrunner. I'm the last climber.
See what you did there?
The Keymaster killed our people. We both chose to fight.
I didn't
Oh,
get to
oh.
choose. I didn't get to choose.
Sure you did. Everyone does. One way or the other.
Religion is a perfect tool for getting large numbers of people to do what you want them to do. Yeah. I think it's very easy. Not very easy. I think it's very, very hard, probably, to gather a huge group of people together and make them do what you want. But encouraging people to do hateful things and using their familiarity to your advantage through the use of religion, which is a very visceral topic for many people, I definitely think is a shortcut to to getting people to do what you want them to do, for sure. You know?
The core
Yeah,
technological and administrative centers. Now it's a grim ruin. It's painful seeing my city in such a state of decay. I've learned my lesson. I won't underestimate Mara again.
How can you remember the coup?
I was already active when Mara killed Adam.
Adam?
Me. Back when I had a name. And a body.
You don't need to pay guards or soldiers to enforce the rules because you have enough people that believe that there's an omnipresent being that will judge them for disobeying the rules you claim that supreme being said at some point. Like, I understand, like, your reasoning for saying that it's, what exactly did you say? Oh, I think I, like, implied that it was easy. Just because it's easy in comparison to other ways of controlling mass groups of individuals doesn't mean it's easy to control a mass group of individuals, is what I was implying earlier. And also, like, I don't know much about controlling mass groups of individuals. I haven't really attempted to do it myself, you know.
Right now you're traversing the exclusion zone. No civilians are allowed beyond here.
Do you know who
There
Eccentrix
are only
is?
rumors about the Keymaster's vast laboratory. I've heard she does some terrifying experiments there. I've even heard she sometimes throws people outside.
Out of the labs.
No, outside. Out of the tower. Probably to watch them die.
Eccentrix he controls us. Yeah, Eccentrix does a great job of controlling individuals without using any sort of deity or any spirituality at all, you know. Eccentrix is just an enigma, and he controls us. You try slide jumping yet? I have no clue. Is it faster? Who's Jacob? And why do they want to wrestle an angel? Please, any context before I make my dialogue choices? I don't know. I don't know, Darf. Hey, I know, I heard somebody online say something along the lines of, isn't it kind of crazy that in, like, 20 years, people are going to be named after, like, fictional characters from video games and movies and stuff? And that reminded me of Lulak sending a picture on Discord, and it was a joke of somebody naming their child Final Fantasy 14. And then somebody brought up how lots of names nowadays are based off of fictional characters if you don't believe in like any higher power. I thought that was kind of interesting. Is it faster? I have no clue. All I know is that Christianity is basically the ultimate social engineering endgame. Ultimate social engineering endgame? The way to put it. Yeah, so like Archangel Michael, right? Like the name Michael comes from the Archangel or the Seraphim Michael from, like, you know, somebody's version of the Bible. And, you know, if you're not, you know, religious, you can look at that name as fictional. So what's wrong with naming your child Dovahkiin, okay? What if you really want free Bethesda games for life? That child is going to get Starfield for free.
We'd have never made it through. We were right to count on your help, though. If you succeed, all the climbers will not have died in vain.
I will.
I hate you. Every single name ever given to a human can trace its roots back to someone going, the sounds feel good together. Yeah. Name your child Dovahkiin. I think people oftentimes criticize stuff for no other reason than it's not familiar. I think, you know, all of you guys are aware of that. that
desperate when they have no hope.
does
Desperate people.
overlap.
Violent,
into
dangerous. Basic psychology.
I
That
see this.
remains out of Mara's grasp.
Just curious.
She always lacked my subtlety when it came to dealing with other human beings.
That child isn't special. I'll also get Starfield for free. That's funny. Well, you're a reviewer. Darth P. Karth is a video game critic. Fun fact. What's wrong with naming your child Stop War? Nothing. Stop War. Lulak. Do you like the name Sephiroth or Stop War more? Suck. Stop War. Let's go. There's a badass looking sword skin in this room. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not very much of a. I don't really care about collecting stuff. So if I see it, I'll grab it. Otherwise, I'm probably not gonna grab it. Thanks for the heads up, though. I appreciate it. Dude. What's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I am now clinically diagnosed as insane. Never mind, name your child Stop War result in him being like me, which is the downside. That's not true. I want all my children to be like you, Stop War. Amogus. Red suit guy from Amogus will be my child's name. No off syllables in that name. Oh, can I just ignore all this stuff? Probably not. I hit the wrong button. I don't know how to play this game, dude. I play Geometry Dash and Roblox. This junk's too hard. I think it's kind of funny that you play Geometry Dash. What did you like about Geometry Dash, Lady N? Did that not get you? Are you fucking? I hope. Dude. I don't have the patience right now. Go. If you're a game dev, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and gain a different result. I'm not getting a different result. She just fed thousands with a few loaves of bread and fish. So I don't think that was... Thousands. That's it? Psh, what a fucking loser, dude. What a fucking loser. Oh, I forgot I have different abilities. There you go. Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing? How's life been? How's D4 been? It's back when the average streamer played it. Basically FOMO. Makes sense. Just the same exact reason I level up a character in Diablo 4. FOMO. No! 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 Alright, we're gonna wait right here and talk for a second while my Tempest recharges. How you guys doing today? Finished Act 6, now do Capstone Dungeon. How did you feel about the story in Diablo 4? Raytel, give me more games you're a fan of the story in. Okay, I need to understand what stories you like, which means I need to understand the stories that you do like. And I know nothing about those Shadowrun games. You know, just block the shots. That's right. I feel like Lilith wasn't that bad. I know, right, Chris? Me late again said the same thing. So did my friend James, Ifrito5, dude. No, she isn't. And it's annoying that our character doesn't challenge that. It's just like, no, they're bad. Fuck you. I agree, Chris. We sent 3 of the good story, although I feel like it needed more. God damn it, Rachel. Come on. Give me a game that's known for its story. Give me a game. Rachel, come on. Huh? Give me a big game. Give me like a I don't know. I was gonna reiterate what I said earlier, but you said those are generally the most expensive games, which is true. So never mind. Transistor had some interesting story beats, but felt too much open to interpretation. I did a deep dive all that could be found, and there's just not enough there. I'm not familiar with Transistor Story either. I'm not familiar with most indie games or AA games, to be completely honest with you, Raytel. I've found that you know, bad AAA games are like really bad, but like good AAA games are like really good, you know. Ghostrunner or The Quiet Man? Definitely Ghostrunner. I think this game has been pretty fun. It's been almost great for me so far. Tales from Borderlands. Oh, okay. Wow, okay, okay. I know that one, and I'm very familiar with that one. Tales from the Borderlands is the best story ever told about that universe, hands down. Going up in my Steam list. Tales from the Borderlands. Do you like Borderlands as a franchise, Raytel? I think Tales from the Borderlands, is it the best story told in that universe? Let me think for a sec. I agree. I don't think Tales from Borderlands is like a super well-told story, but I think if you're already a fan of that universe, it's pretty good. However, like, if I was not a fan of the Borderlands universe, and if I did play Tales from the Borderlands, I might find it to not do the greatest job of giving me an exposition to grip onto or characters to really care a lot about. Borderlands 3 is a terrible story. Don't worry about that one in terms of storytelling, okay? By the way, don't spoil Transistor. I haven't played it yet. Sorry. Of course, I apologize for that. Wow. I don't. Oh wow. I don't. Wow. That didn't work very well. I hit right click again. Delicious. I mean, 2 isn't that great of a story either. It has its moments, but a lot of it got holes that were only explained with the pre-sequel. I think every single great story is going to have plot holes, but I think great stories do a great job of like making not worry too much about the plot holes. I can't think of any plot holes immediately off the top of my head when it comes to Borderlands 2 specifically, but I think Borderlands 2's highlights are generally through the antagonist itself and not much else through. I think Borderlands 2's story is interesting because of Handsome Jack and not for much else. I think he is a well-written character that is very charming with like a good performance. Shout out the actor who plays Handsome Jack, but other parts of the story fall flat. There you go. And also, I like super character-driven stories. The characters aren't super easy to connect to emotionally. And like, say I did like super extravagant, complicated plots or like gimmicky plots, it doesn't have that either. There you go. Do you at least still have the Tempest? I do still have the Tempest. I didn't even notice you can run up here. Holy fuck, I am a donut. I didn't mean plot holes, I meant holes in the story. There's a lot that's missing, which only makes sense with the pre-sequel. You think there's holes in the story which only make sense with the pre-sequel, mean that there isn't enough context to like make the ending or like other like the major story beats fulfilling? I guess that's a weird way to put it in my eyes. I wouldn't consider those holes. I would just consider it like a story that doesn't hold a lot of weight to most of the characters. You are a donut. And you didn't tell us all along. I am literally a donut. I don't know nothing about nobody. Okay. Let's just wait for Tempest again. Let's go with Jack and Angel as a big example. It feels like a skip part of their story. I definitely wouldn't consider that a whole. I don't think like the writers intended to make that a huge point of the story. I think the Jack and Angel situation is told very clearly through like I guess which in my eyes which you're asking for is like more context of parts of the story that you either like were attracted to or parts of the story that were fascinating to you, but not what the writers exactly wanted to give to the not viewers, the players themselves. I don't think the Jack and Angel bits were like incredibly the fine details of it are incredibly integral to the overall plot itself of the story, but I think if that part is fascinating to you, that's understandable. And you get more context to the Jack and Angel bits through Echo Logs or through playing Borderlands, the pre-sequel itself, although I don't think like it's made far more interesting. If they didn't mean to make it a big part of the story, they put a lot of foreshadowing into the dialogue. Is my Tempest back? Yeah, my Tempest. We're waiting for Tempest again, by the way. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't have enough patience right now. Well, I guess I do have patience because I'm waiting for Tempest to like refill. They didn't mean to make it a big part of the story. They put a lot of foreshadowing into the dialogue of the Angel and Jack situation. I haven't played Borderlands 2 story in a while. If you give me an example, maybe I'd be able to like agree with you or like fucking give you a reason why I disagree. I don't know. I don't remember there being a lot of foreshadowing in the dialogue between Jack and Angel's story. There were lots of like breadcrumbs leading us to believe like what their relationship is like, but I think that's far more up to the interpretation of the player until they read the echo logs, more so than like a major plot point in moving the protagonist forward throughout the story. And the protagonists of Borderlands 2 aren't super interesting themselves. Let's be frank here. I think most stories and games where your character themselves is like on the bleachers watching, spectating the story probably aren't the most well-made stories. You know what I mean by that or no? I think most great stories and games, you're generally playing as the protagonist. If you die or get kills. Oh, we got back. What do we have here? What's up, Big Insane? Do you like this game? Your abilities recharge based on A, how many slots are in your upgrade grid, B, whether or not you have the region booster, C, if you die, get kills. Well, we got back now. I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's why most anime game stories are pretty pure agony. Most anime game stories are pure agony. I don't really like, fun fact, Raytel, I don't like anime. Okay, I'm really not a huge fan of anime. I think a lot of, whoa, okay. We're just gonna wait again. Anime. I don't like anime. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Isn't this the Parkour Ninja game? It is indeed. How has Diablo 4 been, Big Insane, or whatever you've been up to? Oh! I'm picky in terms of like storytelling. You haven't said a lot of stories I'm very passionate about, which is a little bit upsetting. I wish I could talk to you about a story I'm passionate about, because you seem to be passionate about whatever you're talking about. And I do appreciate people who are passionate about things. It just sucks that like what you're passionate about, I haven't experienced myself, so I can't really talk too much about it. There's amazing anime out there and a lot of trash. One sec, being forced to watch a Game Pass ad. You're good. I watched some anime, and I would say some of them are actually pretty good. I've watched like, I don't know how many animes I've watched. I don't know. I've watched, I don't know, like 7. I watched a decent amount of different anime. I don't know, what's the plural of anime? I don't know, anime. I think with each anime that I've seen, there were lots of I guess similarities that I didn't prefer myself. One major similarity being I think the acting in animes oftentimes was very awkward, and I think acting is a huge deal in an audiovisual experience for sure. D4 has been great. Level 79, just bought BattleBit Remastered, so freaking fun. Man, I have no clue what BattleBit Remastered is. Lulak knows a lot about games. Lulak, do you know what BattleBit Remastered is, or BattleBit is? 79? Holy fuck, Big Insane. Holy fuck. Late again, you hear that? 79. Holy fuck. Anime is the plural of anime. There you go. Oh, you don't know what it is? I'm surprised, Lulak. Lulak, what are you gonna play to hold yourself over before Final Fantasy 16? You're also 79. Yeah. It's the new shooter game, right? It's low poly. Is it a boomer shooter? I don't know. I'm sorry. What am I doing? They're right there. Oh my god, I'm being so annoying. I think because I'm taking a really long time, if I die, I'm going to be really upset about dying. Oh no! I have no clue what's even over here. I don't even know. where I am. Coming for your title. Time for a change in the hierarchy of the pretty cat girls. No, lady again! Watch all of One Piece too, so watch every Sunday morning with breakfast. Shout out you watching One Piece. You can instantly kill 2 robots at the start. Tempest is full and it'll refund your energy. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. We like to play games on a hard difficulty than your average person who plays games. Obviously, that's definitely why we're it's definitely what's going on here. Okay, don't get it twisted. I'm like so bad at this game. Like you guys. Okay, this always happens in like FromSoft games or like difficult bosses and like raids and like games. You guys know there's a point. Oh, it breaks through those shields too. Holy fuck! There's a point that you get to in like a difficult experience in the game where like it's like an upwards. You're going good. You're like progressively getting better. You're learning, and then like as soon as you get frustrated, you progressively get worse and worse and worse, and it's not worth your time unless you like wait for the storm to pass. But I'm impatient, and I'm also streaming, so I feel like an obligation to keep going. Are you saying you are what you would be called a gamer? I am not a gamer. I know nothing about nobody. I don't even. I failed physics, and that's why I can't play this game. Look, how much further did you get in this game? I feel like I could like just stop for 10 minutes, come back to this level, and go ding 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 ding. I think it's annoying me more about it too. Of course. What's the range of this thing? It's not wide enough. That's what the range is. Okay, thank you. What? I stopped shortly after getting a blink. Okay. Did you have fun with it? I think you did. Say you did. Like the Hasbila emo. Nier Automata was a game. I did not like Nier Automata, although I only played the game for like 30 minutes. When I talked about acting in games, I really something that really turns me off very quickly from a story if the acting is like very bad. And not that like I necessarily think the acting in Nier Automata is very bad, but I don't think as somebody who's not like super fond of a lot of like Eastern storytelling, I did not find it very compelling. And there were a few lines that definitely made me think, I don't want to play this game. I really don't want to play this game, you know? Interesting story, I think. The gameplay was so boring I gave up on it. I think the story conceptually is interesting, and then that's a story that's far more driven by like the gimmick of the plot, or like a sort of convoluted, purposely convoluted plot itself, rather than a character-driven story, which I'm more fascinated by, which was another reason I didn't continue to push forward. Oh! You can get the shieldies with Tempest. I forgot about that. Can I do this? No, I can't. I'm like really bad. It's absolutely a character-driven story. Is it a character-driven story? I don't know about that one. What do you care? When I say character-driven story, I'm talking about. How would you define a character-driven story? Let me know. Lulak, would you consider Nier Automata a character-driven story? I want to know if it's a difference of like how we define the word, or if it is a character-driven story and I just didn't get to see any of that light shine through because I didn't give it much of a chance. Yes, maybe I just didn't see the character-driven stuff because I couldn't get past the acting bits. There you go. I thought it was far more driven by like a sort of conceptually complicated plot, because there's literally no story beyond the characters. Nothing seems to be actually happening behind what the characters are doing. I guess character-driven story is a rather vague way to fucking describe or categorize the story itself. I think generally when I refer to character-driven stories in an audiovisual experience, I'm generally talking like, hey, there's characters that you relate to and that you care about, and they're the reason that you're paying attention to the story more than like a gimmick of the like Inception, not character driven. What's a movie that is character driven? Most movies are. Bada bing, bada boom. Should I reveal all my murder leads to the Imperial judges who might be corrupt as fuck, or keep leads to yourself? Are they actually like you say they might be corrupt as fuck? So I guess you're on the way at yourself. Holy Roman Empire judges probably corrupt. Keep it to yourself. I kept them to myself. Yeah, it's character-driven story by that metric. Okay, I just didn't give enough of a chance, Raytel, because I like I said, I'm really not a huge fan of that style of act. Really didn't get that person. Oh my god, I'm really not a huge fan of maybe I could do this. The acting. Tempest is almost back. The guy murdered is a prince of sorts. I'm sure they go to any lengths to keep undercovers and just put the blame to anyone. Maybe. Holy Roman Empire. I'm like so I can't. I literally can't. I literally can't right now, dude. It's I can't, dude. I can't. I don't know, man. I'm apathetic, okay? Do you prefer a linear story or an evolving story that changes based on the choices you make yourself? I've talked about this pretty often. I think both are fascinating for different reasons. However, I think the more well-written stories generally, you're not able to evolve. Let me do it. Hey, pass me the controller, homie. Give me your keyboard. I think generally when stories are meant to evolve or change depending on the choices that you as a player make, you're sort of spreading the writing thin, and there generally isn't. I think a linear story is more focused on quality, okay, and it's everything is super purposeful with every single thing that happens in the story, and it's far more carried to the player, and the writers and the creators and the creatives themselves are able to put forth their best work forward. However, with a choices matter story, you're spread a little bit more thin. Maybe one path is more well written than other paths. Maybe the character doesn't align with how you want to make the decisions in the story, which often results in like an awkward experience for the player itself. There are lots of experiences like that in every single choices matter story I can think of off the top of my head. It takes too long for things to start happening. I think Lagan gave up after the first part as well. Yeah, I think Lagan also gave up after they had to like restart everything or whatever. Thing is, I'll launch the game in a second. Okay, yeah, I'll just set the fucking main menu. It's pissing me off right now. I'm more interested in the conversation than the game itself. How far did you get in? Oh, wait, you finished Nier? Late again? What are your thoughts on Nier? Thing is, the character designs are the only part that I find particularly off, since none of the humanoid characters are humans. They're just AI that picked up a few things from humans while they were around. So they're coming off as a bit stiff or awkward, matches them not actually being human. I highly encourage Pyre as the pinnacle of branching dialogue. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think I don't really know what Pyre is, but in terms of the stories that I enjoy in games, no offense to Supergiant, it doesn't seem to be the medium I like to have a story delivered to me as through personally. What are you gonna play now? We're gonna play this. Just give me a second. Them coming off as stiff or awkward matches them not actually being human. I understand the rationale behind it. Doesn't mean it's like interesting, because I don't like you know, that makes sense. I didn't know that previously, but I accused a church brother of murder and they're actually killing him. What the fuck? No, I'm excited. That's fun. Time to play Balbit, right? No. Put 31 hours into it. Yeah, I just played the 2B story. If that's what you meant the first part, then you are right. You've only played half as 2B. Oh my god, you aren't even halfway. Holy fuck, Lagan. What were your thoughts on Nier Automata with the bits you played of it? I almost made it through the second playthrough of Nier. Story was neat, but the gameplay was so fucking boring I had to stop. What's a game that's a great story, but the fucking gameplay is really bad? I think gameplay in Mass Effect's pretty bad. Not terrible though. My God. This is what our character looks like, huh? You guys like the way your character looks in this game? He looks cool. Spec Ops: The Line has bad gameplay and one of the best stories told in games. Spec Ops: The Line. I'd encourage you to play some other story games that you haven't mentioned. Why don't you? Is really the only reason you don't play like the AAA blockbuster story experiences because you don't have the money for them, or you just don't want to set aside money for like the games? Why don't you play Spec Ops: The Line? And would I like Spec Ops: The Line based on what you know about my preferences, Lulak? Me and Eccentrics here to be my palette tester. I can look it up really quickly. Spec Ops: The Line. What is this? What is it? This is the 2012 third-person military modern shooter designed to challenge players' morality by putting them in the middle of unspeakable situations. It's Metal Gear Solid. Except, you know, Metal Gear Solid isn't... I don't think people would categorize it as a shooter. I have no more Mountain Dew such. You know, I think YouTube is going to be the perfect streaming platform if they make clips work like Twitch. I think YouTube would be the perfect streaming platform if they just had their own, like, section of the site dedicated to live streamers specifically. Instead of having to find streamers through your recommended tab or through, like, fucking, searching the random videos in search results. What are your thoughts on that, Stopwar? Probably not, but the story thing is good. Shout out Spec Ops: The Line. Part of it is money. Part of it is that I find the most interesting stories come from the smaller studios, and a lot of AAA stories are very Hollywood and whatever. Yeah, like, I mean, if you play an Assassin's Creed game or Horizon, you're not getting, like, the most fucking, I don't know, well-told story. You're getting something that is, like, a good story that's paired alongside a bunch of, like, super fun high-action moments with, like, fun gameplay that's been ironed out. But I would definitely say that, like, the best fucking stories and games, like, by far that I've experienced have been AAA games. For sure. For sure. Like I said, the fucking... The modern God of War games, or the Last of Us games, or Red Dead 2, or I like the Detroit Become Human's pretty good. I think YouTube is going to be a perfect streaming platform. Give you free crack every time you go live. I think that would be a pretty great streaming platform. Free crack? If you're giving up on Ghostrunner, Spec Ops is fairly short, although I don't know if you'd finish that before Thursday. I don't know if I'm giving up on this game. Like, I think eventually I'll finish it, but right now I'm, like, pretty fucking frustrated with it. And when I'm frustrated, okay, let's be frank here, okay? I think I'm more interested in the conversation we're having than the game, and because of that, if I don't put any attention to the game, I just, like, die. And when I die over and over again, I get frustrated because I'm like, yo, this is taking forever, and I just want to, like, have something progressively keep going forward while I'm having an interesting conversation. So I think, like, if I play it more, like, when I'm not having an interesting conversation, or, like, on a different day, I'd be more inclined to finish it. Well, okay, Horizon is good from all I've seen. Horizon's storytelling itself, I think, is, like, yeah, it's good, right? But I don't think it's... I think it's very Hollywood by the metric of very Hollywood that you said. I think if you use Hollywood in, like, a negative connotation, you're probably referring to a story of the same quality that the Horizon is delivering. And you're criticizing the story for being just, like, fun to look at and fun to play through, rather than, like, a super character-driven or, you know, incredibly well-written story itself. Pulling England, France, or Aragon? France. I bet the gameplay of Horizon is ironed out. Oh. I think we just have a lot of AAA games these days. I don't like the talking point that AAA games nowadays are a lot worse than AAA games used to be back in the day. I don't like it because I don't think it's super true. I think there are far more AAA games than there used to be, and because of that, there are a lot more bad AAA games than they used to be. But I think there still are, like, the golden games that release every now and then. What did you have installed from before? I forget what else you chose, but you may have uninstalled them already. I did not install them. Oh, Street Fighter 6, and we have Alan Wake. I don't think I'd have fun with Alan Wake. AAA games just didn't used to need day one patches because back then there were no patches. That's true. That's true. But I would argue that like fucking again like God of War Ragnarok is better than any story you can fetch out of a AAA game from 2007. I wouldn't think you'd like Alan Wake. Yeah, I don't think I would like Alan Wake either. Or like fucking Last of Us or Red Dead or name the other AAA story that's critically acclaimed for having a good story. I wonder if I'll play Red Dead 2 soon. Do I keep going? Oh, how far is it gonna set me back? God of War gameplay just isn't for me. Other new ones or the old ones. Play Last of Us. Play Red Dead 2. God of War isn't the only great story that's AAA. You know what I mean?
Security is getting much tighter. There are sentry guns ahead. I can't hack them.
How far away?
You
Wait.
need to avoid those turrets. They're deadly.
What about my spectral field?
Nah, oh
Doors
my
are
god,
protected
it's
by
so far
much
back. I
more
was like at the end of the story.
sophisticated Sensors. I'm afraid automatic camouflage can only get us so far.
They can see me.
They can see everything.
Oh no, dude. I'm going to criticize the game for anything because it's my fault for being more interested in other fucking things happening rather than the game itself. I'm not into spectacle fighters like God of War, Bayonetta, Devil May Cry. I would definitely not compare the modern modern God of War games play like a spectacle fighter mixed with a FromSoft game, which you don't seem to be very fond of itself. It makes sense why you wouldn't be fascinated by the combat itself or the gameplay itself. But there's a lot of other like fucking narrative-driven games that are isolated from those experiences. Still going up the list here. Hotline Miami 2 and 1 and 2 have pretty interesting story, even if it's delivered in a way that makes it seem like a mess. Shout out Hotline Miami. My only experience with Hotline Miami is actually in Last of Us 2. You kill somebody playing Hotline Miami, and that's my only experience with Hotline Miami. Last of Us has a really cool story that works just fine being absorbed through a Let's Play. Sure. I definitely don't think it's as fun as an experience if you just like watch a Let's Play for sure. I think it is a far more fulfilling experience if you play through it yourself and you're more attached to the characters, and there is like a sort of visceral feeling that you have whilst you're playing through playing as the characters yourself. Although I think it's a very common like thought process for people to have that aren't super into like narrative-driven games to just watch Let's Plays instead of playing them themselves. That's pretty much how I experienced The Last of Us 2 through you. Yeah, it's true. I mean, a lot of the games that I play are like that, and I'm sure I know like a few people that watch me have that sort of thought process because I like playing the games myself. Some games yes, some games no. I definitely think The Last of Us is a far more enjoyable experience playing it than watching it. I think you can say like without playing it yourself, like yeah, I understand the story, it's all good, but I think you would have a more visceral feeling or a more relatable experience to the characters themselves if you were to play through the story. The Beginner's Guide is definitely a story that I played that. Shout out The Beginner's Guide. I completely forgot what that game was called. I just referred to it as like the Stanley Parable, like the people who made Stanley Parable. That one, the one about the dude's friend. Yeah, I think The Beginner's Guide to just watch it would be like a rather not enjoyable experience. I think that story is alright. Again, I don't think that's like a, I mean, I guess you could argue it's a pretty personable experience. You could argue, but there's stories that don't generally have like characters that you can attach to or relate to because of like them being super well acted or written in an audiovisual experience. Generally, I'm not super attracted to. However, I had a great time while experiencing that like hour and a half experience for sure. The irony of watching it as opposed to playing it, being a part of the story. Yeah. Okay, dude, I'm running around fucking procrastinating because I'm not doing that right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not fucking redoing all of the shit that we just did. Why? Because fuck that, okay? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay. Ghostrunner today has frustrated me. Why? Because I'm more interested in other things at the moment. That's okay. That's okay. I think turtle cam. Do you want to see my turtle? There you go. Where? Oh. There she is. So what are you playing tomorrow? I don't know. I've gotten to that weird stage, Lulak, that we always I feel like I always talk to you about specifically. There's a new game coming out Thursday, guys. It comes out Thursday. It's called Final Fantasy 16. And guess what? We're gonna play that game, right? And because we're playing that game Thursday, I don't want to start anything tomorrow or today that I know I'm going to be into an incredible amount. Why? Because I'm gonna have to stop playing that game. So tomorrow we're probably gonna play more Ghostrunner or Fight a Street or Street Fighter, or we'll do fucking GeoGuess or do some random tier lists or some shit if we kill time. Late again, would you be interested in a tier list where we rate games based on their intro or exposition? Turtle, that's right. For some reason, Doom Eternal tried to have a story, even though the whole setup for Doom 2016 was no one cares about the story. I'm not. I haven't played through Doom Eternal. I've played a little bit of Doom 2016. I played like probably how many hours of Doom 2016? Oh, damn it, she's off the camera. You can't see her. The tank goes further to the right. I don't know. She's looping back around. Oh, she's doing laps. She's doing laps, baby. What would you be interested in watching the most tomorrow, Lulak? Street Fighter? I guess I don't really have a choice, right? This is Final Fantasy 16. I really hope I like Final Fantasy 16. I think I'll like it, like I said, just not as much as you probably, Lulak. I made it through 2016, even though the last fifth got dull. I gave up on Eternal. Even on Ultra Nightmare, it's so fucking boring. I mean, like, boring is a very... What's up? Boring is a criticism that doesn't mean much without, like, context of how the game works. And also, like you said, Souls-like games are boring, too. Like, if you don't like... I don't like... I love action combat. I don't like shooters so much for the sake of shooting. So something like Doom 2016 to me is boring for the sake of, like, I don't like the shooting part itself. But to tell somebody I just think the game is boring doesn't really provide much productivity further than, like, I don't like the game. Let me throw a reason to not like the game without much context for why I don't like the game. It's up to you. Don't play what you don't want to have. I sort of want to do that tier list thing, but I know... Late again, how do you make a tier list? It's extremely easy. Enemies are slow and sponge to be. It uses ammo restrictions is pretty much the only balancing factor. There you go. That vaguely makes sense to somebody who's not super familiar with Doom. I'm familiar with Doom. I've played Doom, but I don't like Doom, so I'm like immediately rather pessimistic towards it. How? Do I just go on the do I just go on the fucking tier list website? Boop. Boop. We're on the tier list website. There's nothing in here. Make a template. Make your own template. Do I have to make an account? Name of template. Game intros. More people would be attracted to the word intro than exposition. I use Twitter. But what do you mean you use Twitter? Oh, you can like log in through Twitter. Or some other games you feel passionately about or against. Raytel. Select a category. Auto chess. I would love to make an auto chess. Wait, why is do I have to like type in the game itself? What the fuck? HBO is a category. GTA is a category. Video game itself isn't a category. Maybe it is. Video games is a category. Story I haven't even finished. I haven't finished Disco Elysium. I started it, got into it, and just haven't been in the mood for it. Okay. PC gaming is. Video games themselves are also. Disco Elysium. Darth likes Disco Elysium a lot. The Deus Ex games are close to being good stories. What do you care about most in a story? Raytel. Select template cover photo. I don't know. Template cover photo. Let's just do. Oh, I have a picture of Tears of the Kingdom on my computer, so we're gonna do that. Tears of the Kingdom, I think, has a very bad introduction. Upload a set of images for the tier. Oh, okay. Select all your files at once. Okay. I have to find an image for each of the games I want to put in here. Oh my god, I appreciate you, Again, this is awful. But this is the as template cyberfuck. Image by image. Wow, that really is something, huh, Again. Image by image. That's crazy, man. That's yeah. Hey, Again. Whenever you get a chance, can you add Final Fantasy 16 to the 2023 tier list and the all game tier lists? Whenever you get a chance, okay? You don't have to do it right now. Every image saved for every tier list I've made. Yes, sir. Oh, OMG, you're so perfect. I made it all over again yesterday. It took like 2 hours downloading each of them. God fucking damn. Armored Core 6 is soon as well. Armored Core 6 is soon. I believe Armored Core 6 is that September? August? I think it's late August. Early September, late August. I think early September is Starfield. Oh my god. That depends. I don't have any priorities in a good story. Just that no particular weakness be too glaring. For example, new Deus Ex touches lightly on a lot of real-world adjacent topics, but doesn't go deeply enough to really bridge the gap, or it understands those topics on the very surface level. That's fair. I think there's a lot of games that don't go super. You talked about like very Hollywood stories or AAA stories. I'm a very firm believer that AAA games are the best games when they're made with love and care. Although there aren't a lot of AAA games made with love and care, so when they are released, they're great. What's up, Ghost? How you doing today? How have you been doing these past 3 days? How's whatever you've been doing been? I'm sorry, I fucking jumped off the topic. Okay. There are lots of AAA games that try to approach very mature social topics or social issues, in a very surface level way, and it almost feels like a disservice to talk about the topic in that way, rather than just evading the topic altogether. Does that make sense, Raytel? I think it does. Just got home from work. How was work? I can't think of it. Agreed. Yeah. Not that like revenge is a social issue, but I have a lot of fun with Assassin's Creed games. Not because I think they're the most well-made games, but because I've been exposed to them when I was rather young. Thank you, by the way, again, for working into your list stuff. Because I was exposed to them at a rather young age, and because being exposed to Assassin's Creed games, they're obviously very nostalgic. Great memories playing Assassin's Creed games. And because of that, I've played like a lot, like all the Assassin's Creed games, and I'm part of the problem. And Ubisoft is a terrible company. Anyways, so a lot of Assassin's Creed games attempt to talk about revenge, but they never talk about the morality of the revenge, or they never talk about revenge on a very on a deep level whatsoever. And they talk about revenge at a very surface level. Like I think there's 6 Assassin's Creed games, or something like that. 6 games, these big games, where each and every one of these 6 games, the story is, someone you cared about is dead, they were killed, now you gotta go fucking avenge their death. And that's like what the entire story can be boiled down into. Last of Us 2 does a phenomenal job talking about the morality of revenge, and it makes me appreciate that a good bit in comparison to a lot of the games out there that talk about revenge without the morality of it. Deus Ex Human Revolution tries to talk about the human obsolescence and classism, but doesn't really understand how they work. I think Cyberpunk actually does a great job talking about what's it capitalism and classism, and what would happen if an organization or a company gets more money than and power than the government that they reside in a very mature way. I have a different take on The Last of Us 2. What are your thoughts on The Last of Us 2? It was okay, a bit too hot because it worked on shit that required me to have a lab coat. That kind of made it feel like there's no AC. That makes sense. It's a little bit annoying. Let's refresh this. Where do you think Final Fantasy 16 is going to go on your tier list after you finish it, Lulak? I think Last of Us 2 is very divisive. I'm ready to battle for The Last of Us 2. Although I think the divisiveness in The Last of Us 2 is a little bit strange. And I think a lot of it comes down to people being a little bit bigoted. Way too early to tell for that. True. I think it didn't fully understand the spin it was putting on its own characters and perspectives and lost track of its setting. I actually think setting. Well, I guess you mean like thematically what the story is about. I think I've heard Neil Druckmann, and I believe Last of Us 1 story is about connecting the player to a character that they previously had no affiliation with, and by the end of the story, loving them. Ellie. Last of Us 2 attempts to do that in a far more aggressive manner and a far more drastic manner. It gives you a character not only that you have no connection to or no affiliation with, but you're supposed to fucking hate this character, Abby. And by the end of the story, it attempts to make you fall in love with the character and care more about that character than the characters that you loved previously. Because of that, I think that there are people who are too attached, or not too attached, but whether it be because people are so attached to the characters that they want you to sort of drift away from, or whether it be because characters, maybe people aren't super empathetic towards Abby's story, whatever it may be. And there's lots of criticism towards Last of Us 2 specifically because of bigotry towards like people who are transphobic or people who are homophobic, or people who were like afraid of their own masculinity. Or not comfortable with their own masculinity, so much so that they like criticize Abby for having muscles, and they have that as a criticism for the story. So much so that they don't really get the point of the story, you know. Apparently, there was a cut plotline in the original where Tess was hunting Joel for revenge or something, but they cut that plotline because it makes absolutely no sense for someone to hunt someone for revenge in this setting. So the sequel is about nothing but revenge stories. I think it makes a lot of sense for Ellie, somebody who was raised by Joel, to be super driven by revenge, you know? If you don't know what to do, try doing a podcast with Ghostface. There was a time where me and Ghostface talked in Discord about Estonia. Do you remember that, Ghost? No one will get arrested by CIA if he does that. I don't think so. I talked to Ghost about Estonia. I don't think that I don't think it's unrealistic for a character in an apocalyptic setting to lose everything they care about for them to want to get revenge for everything they care about. I think the Last of Us 2 story could be solved if the characters just had therapists. But like the idea is that like there is no therapy and these characters aren't very secure and they're super flawed, and because of that they make stupid decisions, you know? Ellie didn't lose everything she cared about, just Joel. There were more people in her life. Yeah, but I think Ellie is a super violent human being who lost someone that she not only cared a lot about, something that she had an unresolved relationship, or someone that she had an unresolved awkward relationship with, you know? And maybe Ellie thought that like the only way to sort of like Joel died at a time where what do you call it? Their relationship was awful, and maybe the only reason that fucking Ellie looked at it is the only way to like sort of forgive Joel or to make peace with Joel was to get revenge, because she's twisted and she's pretty violent, and she's seen Joel act out of vengeance, and she's seen other people in her life out of vengeance. See, the story is a bit inconsistent with how Ellie feels about killing. How is it inconsistent with how Ellie feels about killing? Ellie's super violent from the moment that she sees Joel beat the guy who finds her for being infected at the beginning of The Last of Us 1. I think it's unrealistic for fungus to cause humans to become zombies. That's true. Well, I actually think The Last of Us does a great job of describing the cordyceps fungus in a way that makes it like seem semi-realistic for the people who want to, you know, indulge a bit. The new Steam update is so bugged and slow, it was better in the beta. Is it slow for anybody else? I know Lagan said it was slow. Did you, Lagan? She's especially violent with people who mean nothing to her, but she gets extra hung up with people who she's actually hunting. I don't think you have the greatest grasp of Ellie, Raytel. I would recommend you to go replay through The Last of Us 2 or rewatch it. And Last of Us 1. Left Behind 2. I don't think that's true. Definitely. I feel like that's like your own headcanon coming into the story rather than what like maybe Neil Druckmann intended. If you don't know who Neil Druckmann is, he's the director for The Last of Us. It's fine for me, but I just don't like UI updates. I like the green Steam. I don't know what green Steam is. When I close the Steam window pops up and takes time to close, it's really annoying. It was slow for Varea as well. It's not slow for me, but again, that doesn't fucking validate the fucking annoying shit for you guys. The new Steam client feels for me like a downgrade. I think Lagan said that too. I think it visually looks a lot nicer. I haven't experienced any like slowness with it, so I just view it as like, yo, it looks nicer. She'll cry and feel shame/regret for killing some of her core targets, but she mows down dozens of other humans in the process of getting there. Not a tear shed for them though. Oh, you mean like the ludonarrative dissonance of it all? I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say there's like a ludonarrative dissonance between the character murdering a bunch of people on the way. I think the idea is that she cried like each person that she kills on the way to her target, like slowly builds up with like guilt and becoming overwhelmed. And then with each character she kills and the very visceral reaction that the character gives her that she is killing and this familiarity with this character that she's killing and the fact that the characters are the core targets that she is killing have a bunch of stuff around them to humanize them to Ellie herself sort of makes it like tip over like shit. I am becoming a monster, especially with the Nora death sequence. But like her becoming a monster, that like that guilt isn't enough to make warrant her saying like I can't get over this Joel situation, because she can't get over the Joel situation. She doesn't have a therapist. She doesn't know how to navigate incredibly hard emotional trauma. I don't think anybody does at the age of like 19 goes through something like that. You need guidance. She doesn't have guidance, so she goes about it the only way that she knows how to go about violence. CMUI used to be green. It kind of looked like serverless from Half-Life 1/CS 1.6. I'm not familiar with that. And yeah, and if you open anything in it, then the press backward arrow go back. It doesn't work. Then you press it again, it just goes back 2 pages. It's a little annoying. The back arrow not working on new Steam is really fucking annoying. New Steam. Sag. I do think it definitely looks visually nicer. I do think there's a lot of people who criticize The Last of Us 2 because there's a long period of time. I think with every single sequel, there's warrant to be some criticism because it doesn't go how the people of the way that the people thought that the sequel would go. Revenge wasn't really the lifestyle that Joel taught her from what we've seen. Revenge isn't the lifestyle that Joel taught Ellie deliberately, but revenge is the lifestyle that Joel has imprinted upon Ellie over and over and over again, especially in Last of Us 1 specifically. Not necessarily revenge, but like extreme violence. And she's very familiar with Joel and Tommy and their way of living through revenge and vengeance. Joel put a big focus on survive. Yes. And what is surviving if you're not living? I think that's a huge like story. And did you watch the Last of Us show? I think in the Last of Us episode 3 they challenged that idea a lot. Like, is it really surviving if you're not living? Is it really worth like surviving if you're not living a fulfilling life? Visually, it's cool. I love the in-game overlay, but I hate how they have a beta open and didn't fix it. Well, I guess it's our problem that we didn't report the issues. Nah, dude, nah. The same with lots of games, Darved. We are the beta testers. I think it's I don't know. I think it's a huge oversight to say like, yo, it doesn't make sense for Ellie to like be super violent or revenge driven. More accurately is I guess what you're pointing out. Ellie is is probably the most violent and irrational, one of the most violent or irrational protagonists out of story games I could think of off the top of my head. Going out of your way to hunt down someone who you have an extremely unlikely chance of finding, let alone killing without being killed in the process, is pretty much the opposite of everything Joel would have instilled into her. Yeah, again, your actions speak a lot louder than your words. Joel didn't tell Ellie to do that, right? But Ellie lost Joel at a time where there was like weird shit in their relationship, and she felt like she had to, like, I don't know, find Abby for Joel because she understands she's guilty for how she treated Joel before his passing, and they weren't able to, like, you know, patch up their relationship. very much told by the last sequence with Ellie and Joel that's showed in the game on the porch in The Last of Us 2. I don't know. It seems very human to me. Without Ghost running? Is it worth surviving without Ghost running? Exactly. We are the beta testers, so we should have reported the issues to them. I'm sure there were a lot of people who reported the issues, right? I don't know. Do you think there's a lot of people who get the beta builds of the Steam UIs or no? Joel didn't deliberately say, hey, be an asshole, but Joel was very much an asshole and a terrible person in front of Ellie multiple times. She's so black-hearted. I don't think she is black-hearted. I think people are just products of their environment, and she was like guided by like maybe not the greatest people. Hooray! Lulac shared games are now available to play. Hooray! She's so black-hearted that she's going on this warpath. Sure, I can buy that, but it doesn't fit with her behavior up until now. I don't think Ellie's black-hearted. I think Ellie has good intentions. She just doesn't know how to navigate them. She's very immature, you know? I think she's insightful and she can like learn things quickly, but she's been taught through like she's been encouraged to be violent in her life, and she's been rewarded for being like violent multiple times in her life. I'm gonna go, and not to mention like the weird tumultuous relationship with Joel. Of course, she's gonna fucking do some fucking weird ass. I think for it to manifest into revenge or vengeance makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna go sleep. We'll start PoE tomorrow. Path of Exile? What the fuck? Pillars of Eternity. All right. I hope Pillars of Eternity is fun. Have a beautiful time sleeping. Darf be carved. Sleep gracefully, King. I don't think you can give her that excuse, to be honest. You don't think you can give her an excuse? What do you mean? I think, like, as far as writing goes, what? What does that mean? Like, as a human being? Are you saying, like, as a human being, she's shitty? Yes, she is shitty as a human being. Or, like, what do I don't think you, like, understand. I don't know. I think it's, like, I've, like, how humans work, you know? You're just products of your environment, you know? And you're based on, who's a POS? Ellie in The Last of Us 2. Violent? Yeah, a lot of people are violent in that setting because it's a violent setting. Bloodthirsty, vengeful? I don't think those are products of someone's environment. Bloodthirsty and violent and vengeful, or vengeful and bloodthirsty, you do not think are products of someone's environment. I think she's vengeful and bloodthirsty because she's trying to, like, sort of calm something in her mind. She's not able to get over it because she doesn't know how to navigate those emotions properly. She's vengeful and bloodthirsty because she thinks that's the only way to, like, I don't know, make amends with Joel that she wasn't able to make without Joel before Joel passed, sadly for her, you know? Violence is not a product of environment. That doesn't make sense. Although that's not what he said, vengeful and bloodthirsty. They said. She should have talked it out. She should have talked it out, definitely. She should have gone to a therapist. Imagine if there were therapists in every single game you've ever played where the character has done bad things. Same thing, pretty much, different type. I think violence leads. It can definitely lead to somebody being vengeful, or being vengeful can lead to violence, I guess. Sadism and violence are not the same thing. Okay, you're arguing semantics at this point, Raytel. She should just stop doing crime and get a job. Yeah. You know, if she spent all that time that she was spending killing them what were they called? Washington Liberation Front, them wolves. If she spent all that time that she was killing them wolves, working towards getting a career and getting a computer science degree, my God, Ellie would not be in the predicament she's in now. You're homeless, just get a house. I don't know, Rachel. It doesn't seem like you understand humanity too much if you think that, like, Ellie, it makes no sense for her to be vengeful. I don't think it takes much empathy to understand, like, why Ellie's in that situation. Like, Ellie is okay, if we look at it from a very human perspective, if Ellie is a real person, she's a terrible person, but, like, you can still empathize and understand what she's going through, especially through understanding everything through her perspective. As, like, many people in life, fun fact, they don't do things. Most people in life don't do things with the intent of just, like, ruining people's lives, unless they feel like that, like, Ellie was justified in what she was doing, you know? Most people do things because they feel like that they have a cause to do the things that they're doing. Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. Is your ex-girlfriend violent, big, insane? One second, I have to go pee. Max likes doing things that piss people off, big dum dum. And I would argue that if your ex likes doing things that piss people off, she probably didn't have the greatest life herself. Hurt people, hurt people. I would only see my ex when I took 40 minutes. Oh, you're like Arthur from Joker. What was Arthur's last name in Joker? Do you remember that again? It's vulgar, and I don't 100% agree with everything he said on it. It's vulgar. What do you mean? Morgan. No, not Arthur Morgan. Arthur, I think it was Fleck. The Joker. What was his last name in the Joker movie? I saw a video on YouTube that brought up Last of Us 2 and talked about side by side with Spec Ops: The Line as stories about humans going down dark roads and into horrible places in their lives. It's vulgar. Are you trying to say that, like... Okay. I haven't played Spec Ops: The Line, right? But I think one of the huge strengths of The Last of Us 1 and 2 is their acting, right? And even, I think acting is a huge part of audiovisual experiences. So I definitely am skeptical that Spec Ops: The Line does a better job of telling an audiovisual story, but I definitely could understand somebody preferring the core story beats more for sure. Fleck sounds right. I think it's Fleck. You get what you fucking deserve. What happens when you cross a dude with mental illness with a society who treats him like trash? You get what you fucking deserve, Murray. Videos by the almighty Lolly. Isn't a Lolly what's a Lolly again? Can someone refresh my memory? Spec Ops does a better job, and I stand by that. What, like telling the story or like handling descent into madness? I truly very much believe. My poor Arthur. Better than Last of Us 1, maybe on par. Make sure to rate Mr. Insane when you end. I will indeed, Ghost. I will indeed. I'm interested in this conversation right now. Maybe on par. I think Last of Us 2 is better than Last of Us 1. Why? Because I think The Last of Us 2 takes a more moral grain stating I guess. I don't like how the ambiguity in the ending of Last of Us 1. I think by the end of The Last of Us 2, there's more progression through the characters themselves than at the end of Last of Us 1. I think because of that, I like The Last of Us 2 story more. I also think challenging the morality of revenge is very, very compelling. And there's so many sad fucking moments that are so fucking gut-punching in Last of Us 2. Dude was so fucked up by his mother and illness. Yeah, Arthur Fleck. I think it was Arthur Fleck, right? I have Spec Ops on Steam if you want to see for yourself. How long is it? Just Spec Ops is worth experience? Yeah. I get the point. I get the point. Spec Ops: The Line. 7 gigabytes from the library of Wheeler. Eccentrics also owns it. 6 hours? Oh, that's super short. Very good reviews. Similar to Red Dead 2 and Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Late Again is familiar with it. It surprises me. It's absolutely something that you should have your hands on as opposed to watching. I think like every single story I'd rather experience with my hands on. Like I really do genuinely believe the Last of Us games, the immersive quality of being in a world and being terrified because of like bloaters and these clickers with your limited amount of ammo definitely adds to the sort of ambiance you're supposed to feel whilst you're experiencing the story. Came around the same time as Mass Effect 2. It's probably just comparing to these games because it's a third-person shooter, there's action, and it's story-rich. And I'm sure all those tags are on these games. I doubt it plays anything like those games. Yeah, it's story-rich. Oh, this doesn't even story-rich. And what's this one? Story-rich. Maybe just because it's story-rich. I went to play it for a while, never got to. Okay. It's like neither of those things. Yeah. Maybe I'll play this tomorrow. Oh, that's 6 hours. Would I be compelled to continue? But fucking Tuesdays, I can't really stream for much longer than normal. I'll download it maybe and play it in the future. Although I don't expect to play it until probably after Final Fantasy 16, after we're done with that game. I think maybe we'll do more Ghostrunner tomorrow. We have Street Fighter. Maybe we'll play Street Fighter tomorrow. Maybe I'll make that tier list. I don't really know. I don't really know. The quote in the review section is great. It set my brand fire. We love to see Spec Ops: The Line. Maybe Spec Ops: The Line is a gem that I'm not very familiar with. Variety Day? Yeah, Variety Day. It's always an awkward stream for me. Whenever I am waiting for something else to come out, you know? Definitely are a lot of great story games. Have you played Red Dead 2, Ray Tell? Or no? Why haven't you played Red Dead 2? You like stories in games? Come on. Piano, the voce. I wish there were more story-rich RPGs to recommend to Darf. Regardless. It's a game that came out at the height of the modern military shooter genre, which meant that it was going to get buried, but could have not have come out at a better time. I guess because it challenges the idea of war, and so many modern military shooters don't really challenge the idea of war. And further, like, tell people, like, Call of Duty right now is just like, yo, let's go military-industrial complex, baby. Spec Ops would have been a good Monday, Tuesday game, but it's too late to finish it before Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, that makes sense. It'd be how it be. Red Dead isn't really my kind of thing, but I can appreciate the themes of the stories. I think for me personally, it's not necessarily thematically what's the most interesting thing. It's more like, hey, do I think this is doing a good job of what it's trying to tell, and is it character driven? I guess you could argue, like, why don't you like fucking Nier Automata then? Anime. Spec Ops Line. TJ played this game. What the fuck? Okay. Let's check it out. Fuck, man. Thomas Was Alone was a character-driven game. I have no clue what Thomas Was Alone is. But we shall raid The Big Insane. A very fucking good story, but in that very indie way. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not that I think I talked about this relatively recently with Darf. I think there are phenomenal stories in indie games, but I think the most fulfilling stories are often the ones with like super great acting. And like I always refer to the first scene in God of War Ragnarok, and where Kratos is there, and the first scene is like 3-4 minutes long or something, and there's nothing said, no words at all. It is a character that's just making facial expressions with Christopher Judge with a bunch of balls attached to his body. He's just like doing things, and for those 3 to 4 minutes, you learn so much more than the entirety of the story of Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3. JK, not 3. The entire you get more fulfillment out of this 3 to 4 minutes than the entirety of the stories of Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, and it tells you so much because of the context of the previous game and where this character is in this story. And moments like that you can't really get in most indie experiences. You know what I mean? It sucks. I think if there was unlimited money, there'd be a lot of really great stories. With a lot of great character-driven stories. You'll find amazing acting in Spec Ops. I hope so. I think challenging war is very interesting. I'm pretty, you know. I think war a lot of the time is stupid. So, I think challenging war is good. And also, I live in America. I don't know where you live, Raytel. I think specifically our military does a lot of stupid things. Bada bing, bada boom. And maybe the game talks about that. I don't know. I think it'd be really interesting to have a game talk about like the the massive. Maybe Spec Ops: The Line is the game that talks about the United States of America blowing up playgrounds in Iraq. Maybe that's the game to do it. To be honest, Spec Ops has the best line ever spoken against one of the villains. You're here because you want to feel like something you're not, a hero. Maybe the villain's right. I don't really know what to expect. Did you like Spec Ops the line, Lulak? Tomorrow we will stream at 1 p.m. EST as per usual, and we will stream yes, good. We will stream the games I mentioned earlier, possibly Ghostrunner, possibly Street Fighter 6, possibly a tier list, possibly Alan Wake, probably not Alan Wake, possibly GeoGuessr. We will fucking see. It's good. You might like the story. Good. We shall see how everything goes. You're all beautiful people. So that kings, queens, fuck the monarchy. Be whatever you want to be. Monarchs, fuck the monarchy. Be whatever you want to be. I don't care. Just 10 seconds left. Como estás, mi pollo? No, wrong thing. Adios. There are parts I remember vividly. Very good scenes. Good. Goodbye, everybody. The time's right now.